Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Zhou Yao. I really want to remember that I have a request. Everyone please vote more. Thank you. Zhou's shooting was good today. Although it was unintentional this time, he also did all the preparations. He hit the bird with one arrow. Seeing the bird nailed to the tree, Sayab was very excited. Climbing trees is its unique skill. The other 3 puppies can only watch Sayab under the tree. For a while, the sound of wang, wang continued. Zhou led a few excited little guys and slowly returned to the ranch. This time the little Tibetan masters were very excited, so they didn't want to get on the 4-wheeled motorcycle again. Zhou also drove slowly, so he was not in a hurry, and drove slowly, facing the warm breeze, blowing the hair that had grown longer. Zhou felt an inexplicable happiness, as if this was a very familiar feeling. It looked very warm, and suddenly he figured it out a little bit. This is the smell of mother. When he was a child, his mother always smelled like grass, and Zhou could often smell it on his mother when he was a child. At that time, Zhou's mother often went to cut some grass, so she always had this smell on her body. Every time he smelled this smell, Zhou would always be happy. At that time, his mother would always bring back some things that Zhou liked to eat. Although it was just a little, it was already a very good treatment for the family that was not too wealthy at that time. At that time, even Zhou's sisters didn't eat it. When he grew up, his 3rd sister always used this thing to complain about Zhou, and Zhou was always defeated by this. He was young and naive. Once he saw his sisters swallowing their saliva, he didn't think of sharing some with them. It was only when he grew up that he knew he couldn't eat alone, so he followed them to share. The sisters were also grown up, and they always took only a little bit, and most of it went into Zhou's mouth. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but smile. Whether it was when I was a child or when I grew up, my sisters always took care of me. I couldn't repay them in my last life, but now that I have the ability, I will make it up to them. Haha, kids, let's go. Hurry up and catch up. Zhou excitedly stepped on the accelerator. The 4-wheeled motorcycle suddenly accelerated several times and started to move. Sayan, who was sitting on Zhou's shoulder, felt the increase in speed and became very excited. From time to time, he turned his head to the back and rushed to the 3 puppies, gaga, laughing slyly. Wang, wang, wang. The little Tibetan mastiff was a little tired chasing behind. Zhou felt that the sound was getting weaker, and he knew that the little guys couldn't catch up. So he consciously started to slow down. He happily returned to the villa. Zhou opened the garage and put the car in. He took the 4 little ones home with the prey they had caught, and went back to the kitchen to put the prey in the processing pool. He left a note next to it, asking the nanny to just process them. No need to cook. Zhou wanted to cook it himself. These wild carnivores were Zhou's favorite. He had learned several cooking methods in his previous life. From cooking with Beidou at the beginning, to being familiar with it later, it was not a problem for Zhou. It was just a little troublesome to handle, so Zhou didn't cook it often before. But now it's good. There is a nanny to do it, and he just needs to cook it. La la la. It's so good to have money. I'm happy today. I don't have to deal with the prey myself. Zhou hummed an unknown tune and took the 4 children to the bathroom to wash off the dust today. The little guys were playing and didn't care about the dirt and leaves on their bodies. Zhou was also covered with these things, feeling uncomfortable. First, go to the bathtub where the water is, prepare to soak for a while later, and now go to the shower to deal with the little guy. The little guys also like to make noises when taking a bath. They shake their bodies from time to time and throw all the water on Zhou, which makes Zhou very helpless. After a lot of effort, he finally got rid of them. Zhou also went into the bathtub and took an ice bath. After Zhou finished bathing, he helped the little guys blow their fur casually and then let them go to play. Zhao Jixi took Seiya to sit in the living room and watch TV. Atwood said he would come today, and Zhao Jixi looked at the time again. Well, it's almost here. It arrived soon. Atwood rang the doorbell and the ding-dong sound reached Zhao Jixi's ears. Zhao Jixi got up and opened the door. Atwood, come in. Atwood was about to say something, but when he saw Seiya in Zhao Jixi's arms, his expression was stunned. Boss, what is this? Oh, this is Seiya, my pet. It's a gorilla. Zhao Jixi happily showed off to Atwood. Seiya, this is Mr. Atwood. Waved to him. Zhao Jixi turned to Seiya and said. Seiya looked at Zhao Jixi with a questioning look, and Zhao Jixi felt that his face fell to the ground instantly. I raised you in vain. You actually failed me when I was showing off so much. When I asked you to eat, why didn't you have any questions, you idiot? Zhao Jixi looked at Seiya, and Seiya also looked at Zhao Jixi, and gave Zhao Jixi a cute expression. Why are you selling cuteness? Is it useful? It's useless. Zhao Jixi smiled awkwardly. It's too small. Maybe it's scared when it sees strangers. Let's go in and talk, Zhao Jixi said. Atwood's curiosity about the little gorilla was instantly diverted. Okay, boss. Zhao Jixi took Atwood to the living room. What do you want to drink? Beer, Atwood said. Well, you do it first. Zhao Jixi went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of beer. Zhao Jixi walked out and handed the beer to Atwood. Thank you, boss. Tell me about your plan. Zhao Jixi went straight to the point. Okay, boss, the breeding area of our farm is still too empty at present. If it is saturated, it can supply tens of thousands of cows, but at present, there are only more than 3,000, which is too few. Atwood said. Yeah, Zhao Jixi nodded. We talked about this issue last time. I also think the number of cows is too small. You can introduce some cows. The specific number will be doubled according to the current number. My current funds are all in the stock market, so I don't have much spare money. Okay, boss, if you introduce another batch, our farm's cows will be profitable in just 2 years. Atwood said happily. Now that a large amount of money has been spent, we have to think of a way to make more money. Sooner or later, things like cows will have to be made high-end to make high profits. Wajaihu must find a way to make them reproduce and expand the population. But this can't make money as soon as possible. We have to think of a way. Zhao Jixi began to worry about his wallet that was gradually becoming flat. What should I do? I have so many golden fingers. Open them. Let me think about it. Think about it. Zhao Jixi began to turn his head and think non-stop. Boss, what suggestions do you have for the plantation and the orchard? Atwood said. What? Sorry, I didn't hear it clearly. Zhao Jixi had been thinking just now, so he didn't hear what Atwood said. Atwood also saw what the boss might be thinking. It's okay, boss. I just said what you think about the plantation and the orchard. Plantation, orchard. Ah, I got it. Zhao Jixi jumped up excitedly. Boss, what's wrong with you? Oh, haha, it's okay. I suddenly remembered something. Zhao Jixi said carelessly. I have a general idea about the orchard, but it still needs to be verified. There may be a batch of orchids for grafting in a while. Zhao Jixi said. When Atwood was talking about the orchard just now, Zhao Jixi suddenly remembered that he had planted a lot of fruit trees in the space, and each one was plump and delicious. However, if I use the water of vitality to irrigate, it is very likely that the staff who regularly manage the orchard will find some special questions. Obviously, that is unwise, but I can use the method of grafting. Even if there are some changes in the grafted fruits, it is normal. After all, plant mutations are possible. In that case, I will have fewer doubts. Now the most important thing is the origin of this batch of orchid branches used for grafting. The origin problem is definitely a flaw. Acquire a laboratory, and it must be a problematic laboratory, so that the problem can be pushed out. In this way, a shield will be erected. At that time, others will only think that I'm lucky. Even if someone wants to investigate something, I can push it out as a commercial secret. Then I will set up a genuine research institution, so that all problems will be solved. However, the scientists are in control of the progress, and I don't understand it very well. It seems that I have to go for further studies in the future. I will also become a scientist. That will be truly safe. At that time, there will be a reason for everything I come up with, because this is science. As for how you researched it, I was stupid to say it. You can make it up at any time, even if you say I have a space where I can transform and improve plants or something. Others will just think you are joking and being modest. Zhou Jixi thought about it and felt smart. How can I be so smart? Haha. I thought of this. Zhou Jixi thought with a smile. Atwood watched Zhou Jixi from the side. He suddenly laughed, then became dazed, then suddenly laughed again, and became dazed again. The last laugh was particularly shameless. Atwood was a little worried that his boss might have schizophrenia. Boss. Atwood called carefully. Chapter 52. Purchase saplings and erect shields. Ah, what's the matter, Atwood? Zhou Jixi woke up with a start, and in an instant he found that the corners of his mouth were a little cold, dizzy, empty again, and it's really embarrassing to have drool. But Zhou Jixi still licked it quickly with his tongue, and then said to Atwood, as if nothing had happened. Atwood woke up Zhou Jixi and chatted with him again, but saw that Zhou Jixi was a little out of shape, and his goal was achieved. So he wanted to say goodbye. Boss, if there is nothing else, I'll say goodbye first. Atwood said. Oh, no, then you go and get busy, but be careful, don't work too hard on yourself, we still have so many young men on our farm, Zhou Jixi said to the old cowboy with concern. Atwood likes to do things by himself, but Zhou Jixi values his management ability more, so he hopes that he can relax as much as possible for physical work. Haha, Oklahoma, boss, but I can still work now. I just use the time I work to exercise to prevent my body from aging. Atwood agreed with Zhou Jixi's words, and then gave his own reasons to save Zhou Jixi's face. After all, this is the boss caring about me. This is a good sign, isn't it? Atwood said with a smile on his face, while sighing in his heart. Zhou Jixi sent Atwood out. When he left, Atwood was obviously much closer to Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi waved goodbye to him at the door before returning to the house. This trick really works. In my previous life, my boss always used some small care and greetings to encourage me. I foolishly thought that my boss valued me very much. I felt full of motivation at work, and I thought I would be promoted and get a raise. Who knew that this was his standard vocabulary, and he cared about every employee. As a result, my morale was lifted, and I worked hard for a while before I realized that he treated everyone like this. Zhou Jixi left the company in despair. The boss still looked very sorry, but did not retain Zhou Jixi. After all, there are still a lot of people who can fill in after one leaves, and the salary of the next ones can be lower. It is also a good choice, and it can also save costs. After sending Atwood away, Zhou Jixi returned to the room. He turned on the computer and searched the internet for fruit tree research institutions to find out if there are any that meet his requirements, and then buy them to make a shield for himself. Using the Google search engine, he typed in the keywords and looked through the catalog one by one. Moreover, he did not read the previous ones, but only looked for the remote ones, and directly pressed the last page to start looking up. What a mess. It's so cheap. Even marijuana is for sale. Should I buy some back? Then ask the little fairies to try to cultivate it and make it into something like tobacco plants? Zhou Jixi suddenly thought. Although drugs are harmful to health, the taste is still good. Aren't cigarettes also harmful to health? But they are still selling well. And marijuana used to be a medicine, but later it was banned as a common medicine because of its addictive nature. If I develop a healthy plant, like cigarettes or cigars, wouldn't I make a lot of money? Zhou Jixi suddenly found another way to make money, but this will affect the interests of many people. If it is destroyed by accident, wouldn't it be a big loss? Zhou Jixi shook his head in fear. There are so many things to make money. There is really no need for me to make any dangerous money. But this idea has been circling in Zhou Jixi's mind. He always has a feeling that there should be some kind of solution. He touched his temples with both hands to calm his headache. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. It's too early to talk about it now. It's too exaggerated to cultivate new plants casually. Let's deal with this matter first. Zhou Jixi calmed down and began to browse the information on the web carefully. There were all kinds of strange information posted on the internet, such as newly cultivated aphrodisiac fruits, research on fruits that maintain health, and cultivation of fruit species that have miraculous effects on beauty. They were either looking for the next buyer to take over or seeking investment. But there was nothing that satisfied Zhou. You said that the old Americans are really bored. They have all kinds of top quality products. You said that this research, which you know, is hopeless at a glance, is still going on. Zhou looked at an old professor on the internet who studied fruit supplements and fantasized that eating fruits in the future would cure diseases. It seemed that he had spent a lot of time on research. The pursuit of spiritual civilization is indeed not something that mortals like us can understand. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. Zhou was just randomly clicking here and there, hoping for a miracle. However, after searching for so long, he still couldn't find anything that suited his taste. But suddenly a message popped up, which made Zhou excited. The title "Laboratory Special Cultivated Fruit Trees for Sale" made Zhou interested, and he immediately clicked in. Due to my father's sudden death, we don't know how to take care of the fruit trees and plants he cultivated during his lifetime, but we are reluctant to throw them away. Anyone who is interested can contact us. I hope you can take good care of them. The price is negotiable. Sister Kate's phone number ******. At this time, the two sisters Kate were also packing up their father's belongings. Eva, don't you live here anymore? Are you going to get rid of dad's treasures as well? Yilla asked. Well, my boyfriend proposed to me some time ago, and I wanted to tell my father the good news, but Eva choked up and couldn't continue. Well, I just don't know if anyone will take over. After all, we don't understand anything about these things. My father has been studying for so long, but there is no result. The fruit is just a little bit more delicious. Yes, other professors have already given up this project and persuaded him to give up. But he still insists, saying that this is his hobby. Suddenly, Eva's cell phone rang. She took it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Mariposa County. Hello, may I ask what you can do? If it's a sales pitch, please don't bother me. I'm in a bad mood now, Eva said. Zhou was a little confused, but when he thought about the message on the internet, it turned out that the other person's father had passed away, so it was understandable that he was in a bad mood. Hello, I'm Zhou. I saw the information you posted on the internet, so I took the liberty to call you. I'm really bothering you, Zhou said softly. Oh, hello. I'm sorry I was a little out of control just now, emotionally. Do you want those tree species? Eva apologized. Well, yes. Do you need an interview? Zhou asked. Yes, if you want, you can come anytime, but it's better to come in the next few days. We won't stay here for too long. Well, you gave me the address. I'll go there as soon as possible, Zhou said quickly. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll send you the address. Eva said. Okay, let's talk when we meet. Okay, bye. Zhou made a victory gesture, and then he set off to their place. He picked up his phone and looked at the address they sent. Fortunately, it's in California. At least I don't have to travel across states. Malaga is about 2 hours away from Zhou's farm, if he drives fast. Zhou was very happy to solve a problem. Now I'm waiting to buy the tree species there, and then replace the things in my space, or use the ones they cultivate to grow in the space, and then use that grafting. At that time, as long as all the documents and information are destroyed, no one can find out what I got. Haha. Zhou couldn't help but laugh happily when he thought of something happy. In the evening, Zhou came to the kitchen. Today, Zhou was kind enough to let the nanny go after she had packed up the animal, but he still paid her salary. The nanny was obviously very happy about the sudden good thing. After packing herself up, she thanked Zhou and left to enjoy her hard-earned vacation. Zhou took out the hare and prepared to cook it. Hare is one of Zhou's favorite wild delicacies, and the nutritional value of wild rabbit meat is also very high. Wild rabbit meat is tender and mellow. It is a wild delicacy and game. It is designated as beauty meat and health meat by the World Rabbit Association. There is also a saying in the Celestial Empire that there is no better bird than dove, and no better beast than rabbit. This shows how delicious the wild rabbit meat is. Rabbit meat is high in protein, low in fat and low in cholesterol, and is known as the vegetarian meat in the meat. Rabbit meat is tender, delicious, nutritious, high in protein and low in fat. Compared with other meats, it has a high digestibility. It is rich in lecithin, which is an indispensable substance for the development of the brain and other organs of children, teenagers and young people, and has the effect of strengthening the mind. For patients with hypertension, eating rabbit meat can prevent the formation of blood clots and sometimes has a significant protective effect on the wall of the vascular tube, so rabbit meat is also called health meat. Zhou Jixi put the rabbit on the chopping board, put away the knife, and started cutting it. Rabbit meat is tender in texture, with less connective tissue and fiber, and is easier to digest and absorb than pork, beef, mutton and other meats, and is especially suitable for the elderly. Moreover, rabbit meat has the advantages of both animal and plant food. Regular consumption can not only enhance physical fitness, make muscles plump and strong, resist relaxation and aging, but also prevent the body from getting fat. It is simply the favorite of women. Unfortunately, many women do not eat it because of its strong taste. Zhou Jixi said it is a waste for women who do not have a good taste. Moreover, it can protect the activity of skin cells and maintain skin elasticity, so it is deeply favored by people, especially some female beauties, and is called beauty meat. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that rabbit meat is cool in nature and has the effects of nourishing yin and cooling blood, replenishing qi and moisturizing the skin, and detoxifying and removing heat. It is also an ideal meat for obese people and patients with liver disease, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. Chapter 53 has been changed. Zio Yao, comrades, please recommend this for collection. It's just a little bit short of the one in front. Zhou Jixi finished cutting 2 rabbits on the chopping board, and then picked up the pheasant, and started cutting it. Seiya was watching Zhou Jixi cutting things, and felt it was very interesting, so he also picked up a knife from the knife rack. Zhou Jixi turned his head, and saw Seiya waving a knife around, and was immediately shocked. Damn, if it accidentally flies out, and hits my body, the disfigurement will be a minor. He quickly went over, and snatched the knife from Seiya's hand, and gave Seiya a slap without any hesitation. I told you to play with a knife, didn't you know you are still underage, and you think you can play with a knife? Zhou Jixi lectured Seiya. It's just like teaching a child. The wisdom of an orangutan can also develop to the level of a human child, so Zhou Jixi is always teaching Seiya. This can't be done, that can't be touched, these bits and pieces, it's impossible to teach them all at once. So he can only treat it like a child, and teach it slowly from life. After Zhou Jixi gave it a slap, Seiya knew that he had done something wrong. He lowered his head, and looked at Zhou Jixi with a pitiful expression. Zhou Jixi immediately felt guilty. Was he too strict with such a poor thing? But Seiya whined a few times like a dog, and Zhou Jixi immediately wiped out the guilt in his heart, and stepped on it. It's like copying someone's name when copying homework. You are so stupid. You pretend to be pitiful and bark like a dog. Isn't it obvious that you are imitating 1K and others? What can I say about you? Zhou Jixi looked like he was disappointed with him. After giving Seiya a lesson, Zhou Jixi went to make dinner with satisfaction. Speaking of which, I feel a little lonely. Although such a big house is comfortable to live in, it's a pity that there is no woman. Zhou Jixi thought while making food. Zhou Jixi stewed rabbit meat, braised rabbit meat, and made a special secret rabbit meat, all of which were made from the space. The fragrance was really fragrant. He also took out the pheasant, and prepared to make a soup. Zhou Jixi was born in Province F, and he likes to drink soup, so he especially likes to stew meat and seafood. In addition to adding various wild delicacies from the space, the pheasant also added fig roots, which Zhou Jixi particularly liked. This kind of root tastes very fragrant, and there will always be a faint fragrance when it is put into the soup. This is Zhou Jixi's favorite way to cook it in his previous life. It is also Zhao's mother's reserved dish. Finally, Zhou Jixi's results came out. Zhou Jixi had a salad, otherwise he would get tired of eating meat if he ate too much. Since there were not many people, Zhao did not go to the restaurant to eat. He helped the little ones take out the rice bowls, arranged them one by one, and picked some rabbit meat and some chicken for them to taste. Say stood directly on the center island, holding a fork in his hand like Zhao, and occasionally took a piece of fruit from the salad plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhao couldn't help but deal with his meat there, opened a bottle of red wine next to him, and drank it alone. Zhao found that he liked drinking more and more. When he had nothing to do, it was best to have a drink or two, experience the mellow and fragrant taste in his mouth. Although Zhao liked to drink, he didn't know how to taste wine. He just knew that it felt good to drink, which was good. He didn't want to pretend when he was alone. Just this meat, one glass of it, that's cool. After a full meal, Zhao left the messy center island. People who were full and drunk were the least willing to work, so he didn't clean it up. Anyway, the nanny would go back to clean it up tomorrow, so he didn't need to worry about anything. Zhao returned to the room and went into the space, but this time he brought Seiya with him. Seiyan was also lazily digesting the food, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly appear in a strange place. He was startled, but when he saw that he was still in his master's arms, he calmed down. Zhao took Seiyan to walk around in the space. The little fairy on duty today saw Zhao coming to patrol and immediately came to greet him. The little fairy flew over, then stopped suddenly, stood at attention in the air, stretched out one hand diagonally with the fingertips pointing to the sky, and the wings behind were still flapping. "Hi, long live the furrow!" The little fairy shouted loudly. Zhao expression became serious at this time. "Well, comrades, you have worked hard. It's not hard, it's our responsibility. Furrow, I'm honored," the little fairy said excitedly. This is Zhao bad taste again. He decided to change the name last time. Look how dazzling it is now. Putting together some messy things to form a special greeting. It really feels like he is bored. "Okay, Sergeant, have the fruit trees I asked you to improve stabilized now?" Zhao also asked with a bad taste. "Report to the head of state. The fruit trees we have specially cultivated have now developed to the 4th generation, and the genetic inheritance and improved advantages have stabilized. So if you plan to use this batch of fruit trees as grafts to improve the species, it is absolutely possible," the little fairy said with full spirit, and her mouth and expression could not help but become a little proud. Zhao was also happy after hearing the little fairy's answer. "Okay, you did a good job, Sergeant. Keep it up." "Yes." The little fairy saluted again. Seiya's interest in space has gone from unfamiliar fear to curiosity now, and the whole process only took a while. Especially after seeing the peach tree, Seiya rolled up in Zhao arms and began to feel uneasy. Zhao was so annoyed with the Seiyan in his arms that he had no choice but to put it down and said, okay, I'll let you go and have a look. Don't be anxious, okay?" Seiyan immediately started running, climbing this peach tree and that peach tree in the space without stopping for a moment, just like Sun Wukong. Seiyan had never seen what the tree looked like since he ate peaches. This time he finally saw it, and he was excited to see so many fruits. If his stomach was not too full, Seiyan would want to eat everything he saw. Unfortunately, he stroked his round belly and could only smell the peaches on the tree with his nose. Zhao walked to the orchard, where the fruit trees were full of fruits, red, yellow, green, and colorful. However, there are not many varieties of fruits in the orchard. Most of them were transplanted by Zhao when he was in his hometown. Most of them are ordinary varieties. Some are the fruit cores that Zhao usually eats. After eating the flesh, he threw them into the space. When the little fairies see them, they will classify them and plant them. The fruits in the space are artificially pollinated. This is something Zhao remembered when he was eating an apple. His space is so amazing that it can bear fruit without pollination. With this question, Zhao checked the remaining memories in his mind, but there is no such statement. I thought about asking the little fairies in the space. It can bear fruit without pollination. If the space can do such an amazing thing, then is there something more powerful that I have not discovered? Zhou, who was very excited, had just entered the space when a basin of cold water was poured down. He saw little fairies shining green light at the flowering fruit trees and moving the pollen from this side to that side. Zhou was disappointed after seeing it. Well, I don't want to think about magic anymore. Just stay and farm. After that, Zhou didn't have too many expectations for this damn space. There was no cultivation, magic, supernatural powers, or fighting spirit. What else could he do besides growing things? After complaining about the space, Zhou's mood really improved. Forget it, he should just read novels. He looked at the apples in the space. They were bright red and plump, and they made people want to eat them. This is a hybrid of the American snake fruit and Zhou's unknown apple in the Celestial Empire. After being sorted and optimized by the little fairies, this fruit variety gradually stabilized in the third generation. The taste and nutritional value are much higher than ordinary apples, and the growth rate is also 1/3 faster than ordinary ones. However, the disadvantages are more obvious. This fruit tree has higher requirements for land and seriously damages the land. It doesn't matter in the space, but it's a bit difficult outside. This is the result Zhou got after giving the little fairies some soil samples. So if the land is not fertile enough, the fruits grown will be as unpalatable as possible. However, the little fairies said that, as long as they are given time to cultivate, they will definitely be able to overcome such problems. After hearing this, Zhou said that it was not necessary. It was a good thing for others to raise them, but it was not a problem for him. His own earth vitality could refuel the land at any time, and there was also water of vitality, so he did not have to worry about this at all. In this way, he did not have to worry about his things being pirated, and the safety was more guaranteed. Zhou rested in the space for a while, and after inspecting the space territory, he took Seiya out of the space with him. When he brought Seiya out, Seiya kept acting like a spoiled child towards Zhou. Seeing Seiya's little look, Zhou could not help but laugh. Okay, if you like it, I'll put you in there for a while, okay? Zhou said with a smile. Seiya did not know what Zhou said, but he looked like he understood what he wanted. So he became even happier and hugged his whole body on Zhou's legs and kept rubbing his black face on Zhou's trouser legs. Don't worry, you little guy. Zhou stretched out his hand, picked up Seiyan, and put him in his arms and teased him. Chapter 54, Journey, Revised. Zhou. Speaking of which, our clicks and recommendations are still on the list, but they are a little behind. Today is a new day. Please lend me some strength. Zhou was driving on Interstate 99. Today was the day for Zhou to visit Kate and her sister. Zhou had already made an appointment, so he got up early in the morning. I don't know if he felt bored alone, so Zhou specially brought Seiya with him. Originally, 1K and the others wanted to follow, but Zhou still had to drive for a few hours. With a few little guys, who were getting more and more active, it would be a big deal. So he didn't bring them out. Zhou also specially asked Atwood to come over and get familiar with the little guys. Atwood saw these Tibetan Mastiffs, and he couldn't tell that they were Tibetan Mastiffs after looking at them for a long time. The fat and round body, with fat on the legs and limbs, made the whole leg shape look a little short. In addition, the hair was a little too long, making them look like a round pig. Speaking of fur, Zhou felt strange. Did they eat something in the space? They grew up so fast. Atwood, I have to go out for something. I'll ask you to take care of these puppies. Zhou said with a doting tone. Puppies? Atwood surprised Zhou. At first, he thought that this young boss got some strange pet pigs from somewhere, but he didn't expect that these three were dogs. Boss, did you feed them too much? I almost couldn't recognize that they were dogs. Zhou smiled awkwardly after hearing this. I fostered them at my friend's house before. Maybe they ate too much. He was also kind-hearted and was afraid that my dog would become thin, so. But this is a good dog. It's a Tibetan Mastiff from China. Have you heard of it? Atwood knew this dog breed, but when he compared the picture of the Tibetan Mastiff in his mind with the ones in front of him, it was simply a tall, rich and handsome dog and a short, poor and ugly dog. He should be thankful at this time, because Zhou didn't know how to read minds. Otherwise he would have fired him, if he knew he compared his little baby like this. Yes, boss, but your puppies obviously need more exercise. Otherwise, it is obviously unlikely to become a Tibetan Mastiff. And animals that are too fat will also have a series of complications, so you need to pay attention. Atwood certainly didn't say what he thought, and just reminded him indirectly. Yes, I think so too, so I always let them exercise more recently. Then Atwood, I'll trouble you to take care of the little guys, Zhou said sincerely. Zhou called the 3 little guys over, let them get familiar with Atwood's smell, and gave them another round of instructions. After a lot of nonsense, he felt relieved. The little guys are very smart, so you don't have to worry. Boss, I'm an old cowboy, you can rest assured. Atwood was also helpless with Zhou nagging. Zhou actually couldn't stay away for much time this time, but the next time Zhou returns to China, or goes to Korea, it may take a long time. So this time he prepared first, which can be regarded as a rehearsal. The little guys just came out of the space for a few days. They grew up in the space before, and there was no danger. Now they are outside, he is always a little worried. After finishing the things, Zhou took Sayad and set off. Zhou was very proud of driving his newly bought F650 along the way. A good car is different. Driving is not so tiring. Patting the steering wheel and humming music, the car drove on the almost empty road. Zhou suddenly felt like he was on a road trip. When he watched American TV series before, it was always a car, a person, and then a romantic encounter. In the end, 2 lonely souls were combined together. At that time, Zhou was jealous with gnashing teeth, because he couldn't enjoy this treatment. If a woman waved on an empty road in China, she would be either a liar or a ghost. Zhou drove across the endless plain. On both sides of the road were barren rocky mountains. The red rocks looked like scorching flames. On both sides, there were still dry shrubs growing unyieldingly in the sand. There were a few green spots dotted in the barren sand, and then there was endless yellow sand and red soil. These were scenes seen in American TV series. In some places, Zhou also saw some artists welding various discarded items into various strange artworks. What do these mean? Perhaps it is the helplessness of society or the expectation of life. However, Zhou could only say, oh, I'm so bored. If this happened in China, they would all be arrested and fined, and then they would be towed away by a car. That would be the end of the matter. On the right side of the road is a valley. The red land is obviously greener. Behind the rocky land, you can even see the green trees at the end of the horizon. The green and the blue sky are connected, which is spectacular. After leaving the farm, Zhou saw endless farms, passed through quiet and comfortable towns, saw the remaining snow on the top of the mountain in midsummer, and walked through the poetic and picturesque countryside. From the green forests, he drove into the barren land, saw the loneliness of the desert, and experienced the desolation of the valley. This time he drove out instead of taking a plane. Zhou felt that this was a great decision. The vastness was his feeling about traveling on the road, and his knowledge became richer. This was definitely a great experience. Zhou suddenly remembered a line from the movie Cinema Paradiso. If you don't go out and walk around, you will think this is the whole world. Zhou's life as a otaku in his previous life is still silently affecting him in this life. Since his first trip, he liked to stay in one place as his base camp and then play around. Later, he went to Inner Mongolia to meet a few friends. The time he spent on the trip was definitely much less than the time he spent playing with them. In the end, he met Sister Yu. Apart from accompanying her, he rarely ran around. If there were no things in the United States, Zhou might still be there. After arriving in the United States, he stayed on the farm, unless it was necessary. Even a date was, when he went to work. It was like inserting advertisements in a TV series. Although there were many, it was not the theme. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. This sentence suddenly appeared in Zhou's mind. Dizzy, what am I thinking? It should mean that I'm a homebody, and I value relationships. Zhou was speechless for thinking of such a sentence out of nowhere. He felt ridiculous. After driving for almost 4 hours, Zhao finally saw the town sign of Tula. Zhao looked at the GPS in the car. As long as he drove a little further, he would reach the home of Kate and her sister. Zhao followed the instructions of the GPS and came to the section of road called Merida, which seemed a bit desolate. Kate and her sister's house was easy to find. There was only their family around. There was a small gate surrounded by a fence, and behind it was a typical American 2-story building. However, besides the grass around the house, there were circles of small fences, and many fruit trees were planted in different categories. The most common ones were red apples, which were apple trees, citrus trees, orange trees, cherry trees, peach trees, etc., and some other tree species that Zhao did not recognize. Looking into the distance, you can also see a small piece of red grapes and green grapes. There was a field of grapes around, and a glass greenhouse was visible to the right. Zhao retracted his observation, turned around and said to Seiya, "Okay, baby, we have arrived at our destination." Seiya was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. At this time, it had long lost the excitement it had just felt when it came out. It leaned its head against the car window and made a sound from time to time, but it was also weak. It heard Zhao words, but it didn't understand. It only made a sound with the back of its head, which was considered to be heard, and it didn't even look at Zhao. Zhao didn't know how many times he called it along the way, but none of them were good. He either asked it to tickle him, or asked it to massage his back. That's not all. Zhao took out a banana and ate it himself. Then he taught him a lesson. Later, he kept taking out food, but he just didn't give it to him. He was jealous and envious all the way. He wanted to grab it, but compared the physique, he gave up. Zhao saw that this little guy ignored him, and he was angry and laughed. On the way, he gave his banana to Seiya, and that was not all. After eating the banana, he took the banana peel to share with Zhao. Zhao was depressed at that time, especially when he saw the little guy grinning slyly. How much he deserved to be beaten. How much he deserved to be beaten. And this was imitating himself. Take back the previous sentence. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know who is the boss. Zhao thought secretly on the road. So he took out some food, but just didn't give it to it. You are so greedy, you ungrateful little guy. Zhao didn't forget to say Seiya while eating. I have to say that sometimes Zhao mind is really small. He can be angry with a gorilla, which is also weird. Back in the car, Zhao saw that Seiya ignored him and thought that it was already an orphan, and he was still angry with the little gorilla, which was a bit too much. So his sympathy overflowed all of a sudden. Seiya took out his favorite peach from the space and took a bite to make the peach fragrance spread even more. Seiya lay weakly in the passenger seat, and suddenly his nose moved involuntarily. A long-lost peach fragrance drifted into his nostrils, so he inhaled it more greedily, hoping to suck the peach in front of him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Meeting. Little Demon. Everyone, give me some support. Please give me more recommendations. I'm about to get fucked. Zhao saw that Seiya had taken the bait, so he shook the peach in his hand at him. In his surprised eyes, the peach fell into his hand. Seiya had been drooling for a long time, and now he took a bite of the peach in his hand. A sense of satisfaction suddenly rose up, and the depression that had just accumulated disappeared. He became active again. Zhao looked at the happy look on Seiya's face and said, "You little guy." He touched his head, picked him up, opened the car door and walked out. After walking a few steps to the small wooden door, Zhao looked at it and saw that there was no doorbell. He was thinking about whether to go in directly. It would be bad if he suddenly went in and was mistaken for a thief. Let's call them. When Zhao took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call, the door on the other side of the house suddenly opened. A lady in a plaid short-sleeved shirt came over. She looked average, with some small spots on her face. She had a ponytail on her head and wore short jeans, revealing her healthy thighs. She looks average, but she has a good figure. She grew up eating beef, so her figure is well proportioned. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh. Hello, who are you looking for? The woman asked Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi was about to answer when he saw another woman in the room, pointing a long gun at him on the windowsill. Zhao Jixi was startled. This was because his eyes were better and he could see clearly. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to see it. At this moment, Zhao Jixi noticed the woman and found that she was far away from him, a safe distance. Even if he suddenly attacked, it would take some time to touch her. Damn, this isn't the United States. These two big horses thought they were in the Middle East. As for how to be careful, although Zhao Jixi saw the dark side, he didn't say it. After all, it's normal for strangers to be on guard against you. Plus, there was no one here, only two girls, so this was understandable. Hello, ma'am, is this Eva Kate's home? I came here after seeing the one on the internet. Zhao Jixi didn't say too much in detail, leaving a way out for her. Who knows if she was a genuine person? What if there was a kidnapping case like in a Hollywood movie? Then she would be in trouble. Hearing Zhao Jixi's words, the woman relaxed for a moment and walked over. Hello, I'm Eva Kate. You're the one who came to buy tree seeds. Yes, I'm Jess Zhao. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Zhao Jixi shook hands with Eva and said, hello, Miss Zhao, please come in. Eva said. Zhao Jixi moved at this time, and Seiyan, who was hiding behind Zhao Jixi, followed him into the small wooden door. Eva was suddenly startled when she saw Seiyan. It's okay, Miss Kate, it's my pet Seiyan. Zhao Jixi said to Eva gently. Then he lowered his head and said to Seiya, say hello to Miss Kate. This time Seiya really gave Zhao Jixi face and took 2 steps forward, his head facing Eva, shook his butt towards Zhao Jixi and called Eva Wang, twice, and stuck out his tongue. He looked very cute, but Zhao Jixi's face darkened. What did I teach you? You are an orangutan, not a dog, and you are still learning to say hello like 1K and the others. Not this. Change it, idiot. Zhao Jixi said to Seiya in an anxious tone. Seiya tilted his head and looked at Zhao Jixi. His expression was very questioning, but he seemed to wake up suddenly. He made a kissing gesture to Eva. He pursed his lips and made a mushing sound towards Eva. This time Eva laughed even harder and couldn't help squatting down and taking a closer look at Seiya's little black face. Mr. Zhao, your pet is so cute and its bark is also very interesting, but I'm ready to get married, Eva said, showing the ring on her hand. Zhao Jixi was also in tears at this time. He didn't have that intention at all. Well, okay, her figure is really good, but I really don't have that idea. Zhao Jixi could only smile awkwardly at her. Come back, he hurriedly said to Seiya so that it wouldn't do anything embarrassing for him. The two entered the house, and Yella came over to greet Zhao Jixi and greeted each other. The three of them sat on the sofa in their house. After Yella brought Zhao Jixi a cup of coffee, the three of them started to discuss. Mr. Zhao, this is the general outline of the test trees left by our father. Take a look. First of all, if you want to buy it, do you also need these test records? If so, the price will be calculated separately, Eva said. Zhao Jixi has already prepared himself mentally. After all, he is equivalent to acquiring a small laboratory, so of course he bought the test products and test data together. I need all the things, but no matter what results are achieved in the future, they will belong to me. What do you think? Zhao Jixi said. After all, he used them as shields, and he would have achieved results if he had space. If they come to him again, it would be a big loss. Eva looked at Yella, and Yella nodded to her sister to express her agreement. Because the two had asked someone to confirm before, the research materials left by their father were of no value at all. Okay, we agree, Eva said. That's good. As for how many things there are, these will be counted according to what you wrote above. What do you think? Zhao Jixi said simply. You make a decision without taking a look, Yella said doubtfully. Zhao Jixi smiled mysteriously. I had already seen it when I came here, so there is no need for other things. There is only one thing, that is, all the research materials before my doctoral degree belong to me. Zhao Jixi said a little mysteriously, making people feel as if Zhao Jixi came just for research materials. Eva felt a little strange at this moment. Is there really something good in my father's research that I don't know about? Yella was also full of doubts. The two looked at each other and suddenly had some doubts. Zhao Jixi wanted people to be confused so that he could use it as a shield. So Zhao Jixi would rather give them the opportunity to raise the price and complicate things. Even if he added a little more money now, it didn't matter. Zhao Jixi suddenly reached into his clothes and took out a checkbook and casually wrote a bill for $1 million US. Then he tore it off and put it in the middle of the table. Looking at them with great momentum, they said, as long as you agree, this check will be yours. After that, Zhao Jixi smiled faintly. Haha, ladies, I believe that no one will offer a higher price than mine. So, you only have one chance. Zhao Jixi said happily on the surface, but in fact he had already cursed in his heart. Zhao Jixi, you prodigal son, do you have 1 million or US dollars? You just buy these few broken trees. You are stupid. After a while, he thought again, for future safety, spending a little money now will make big money in the future. It's all for the future. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket. Just pull it out. But it hurts so much. Kate and her sister felt a little dazzled by the checks on the table. 1 million. They had never thought that they could be worth so much money before. Eva suddenly hesitated, and Yella quickly pulled her aside and gave her an expression to agree quickly. Zhao Jixi saw their little actions from the side, but he didn't say anything. From Yella's performance, he knew that he had succeeded halfway. So they decided to give it another push. Ladies, this is just an orchard for you, but it means more to me than that. It's useless for you to keep it. In this case, what's the point of hesitation? The two thought for a while, whispered a few words, and after reaching an agreement, they said to Zhao Jixi, we agree, Mr. Zhao Jixi, we agree to your request. Zhao Jixi smiled when he heard it. I gave you 1 million yuan for nothing, but you still don't seem happy. I'm still unhappy. Who will comfort me? Seeing Eva lying on Ella's big chest with some sadness for comfort, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but think jealously. After waiting for a while, seeing Eva recover her mood, Zhao Jixi took out a pile of legal documents from his bag. This is a legal document that Zhao Jixi asked Harvey to make. The requirements and obligations, the beneficiaries and responsibilities, and the future patent issues are all clearly written in it. Take a look and see if there are any problems. If not, sign it. Zhao Jixi said to the two sisters. The two picked up the legal documents and read them. If you need to, you can find a lawyer. I can pay for it. Zhao Jixi said sympathetically. Eva was a little worried at first, but when she heard what Zhao Jixi said, her eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, but if there is no problem with your document, I think we can afford the lawyer's fee. Eva said to Zhao Jixi with a hint of meaning. Eva was full of doubts and distrust for this person who suddenly wrote $1 million check. Zhao Jixi shrugged his shoulders. Okay, Ms. Eva, I believe you will know my sincerity. Zhao Jixi said with a smile. But in his heart, he cursed. What kind of person is this? Shouldn't I be grateful at this time? How can it be so different from the novel? Is there something wrong with my character? Zhao Jixi suddenly felt a little unconfident. Eva on the other side quickly made a phone call and called a familiar lawyer in the town. After a few people waited for a while, the lawyer arrived. Zhao Jixi was in a bad mood, so he was not in the mood to listen to what the lawyer had to say. When he left, Zhao Jixi didn't even know his name. Chapter 56 Success. After the lawyer looked at the documents and said there were no problems, Kate and her sister finally put down their worries. They had been worried about what this oriental man named Zhou might have. After all, he was spending so much money to buy these things for no reason. Both of them had some doubts. Kate and her sister signed their names together and then handed the documents to Zhou and kept a copy for themselves. Seeing that they finally signed their names, Zhou put down his anxious heart. It's so tiring to give away money for free. This is really asking for trouble. Zhou was depressed in his heart after taking the documents. However, for the sake of future plans, it is still acceptable to suffer a little loss now. Haha, and whether it is a loss or not is another matter. Zhou felt a foot under the table gently scraping the back of his foot, and he couldn't help but feel a little distracted. He secretly glanced at Eva, but she didn't have any special expression, only a kind of surprise of relief, and a hint of sadness in her eyes. But Yella was a little different. She looked at Zhao Jixi with a pair of big eyes and smiled. Seeing Zhao Jixi looking at her, she scraped the pastry with her fingers, and then licked it. With bright red lips and slender fingers, she scraped the corners of her mouth from time to time. Her flexible tongue stretched out and licked it, as if there was some food residue at the corner of her mouth. The movement of her feet became more and more tempting. Her tender and smooth fingers slipped into Zhao Jixi's trouser legs and rubbed his calves. Zhao Jixi smiled without changing his expression. "Okay, ladies, can I go and see the products I bought now?" Before Eva said anything, Yella couldn't wait to say, "Of course, I can take you to visit." Then she turned to Eva and said, "Eva, you go and have a rest. I'll take him to visit. Don't be too sad, okay?" Yella said with concern. Eva nodded at her. "Well, I know. I just feel a little reluctant. It will be fine after a while," Eva said with a forced smile. Yella took Zhao Jixi to the study room. There was a little mess in the study room. There were waste papers thrown randomly on the ground. There were documents and materials on the desk. There was also a computer on the right. Further ahead was a row of large bookshelves with rows of books inside. We didn't touch these things. After Eva received the news of her father's death, she was reluctant to sort them out. She said this was the place closest to him. Yella walked in, picked up a book from the desk, flipped through it casually, and whispered to Zhao Jixi. "When he was a child, he was here and had little time to accompany me. One time I sneaked in and ruined his research materials. From then on, he never let me come here again. Only Eva can come in here from time to time." Yella didn't know whether she was talking to herself or to Zhao Jixi. Her eyes were not focused, as if she was thinking about something in her mind, and her expression was a little depressed. So Eva has a deep affection for him. The tone of pretending to be calm seemed to make her look like she didn't care. Zhao Jixi listened to the woman's story silently. He could feel her sadness, but she didn't want to show it. She just wanted to suppress the sadness by complaining about her father. Zhao Jixi walked over and hugged her silently. "If you are sad, just vent it out. Don't bear it silently. You will be very tired." Yella felt this warm embrace, the faint smell of tobacco mixed with the male breath. It gave people a very reassuring illusion. Unsatisfiedly enjoying Zhao Jixi's embrace, Yella also stretched out her hands to wrap around Zhao Jixi's waist, wanting to get closer to it. Feeling the fullness closer to him, Zhao Jixi was a little uneasy. "I thought it was big just now, but I didn't expect it to be so elastic. It's really an unexpected gain." Yella began to cry softly in Zhao Jixi's arms. Zhao Jixi looked at Yella crying in his arms and felt speechless. "Brother, and you are very familiar, and you just cried in my arms. You said you seduced me to see you cry." Zhao Jixi complained silently, but he did not let her go. "It's all my fault for being so mean. Now I feel embarrassed to do anything." Yella cried, and Zhao Jixi hugged her. In this way, the two of them kept hugging silently. Not long after, but Zhao Jixi felt as if it had been a long time. It took Liu Xiaohu to hug a beautiful woman and not be able to move his hands. After a long time, Yella came out of Zhao Jixi's arms. She reached out to wipe her tears, but her makeup was ruined after she cried, and there were black marks next to both eyes. It looked particularly funny. Zhao Jixi hurriedly reached into his pocket and took out a tissue and handed it to her. Yella looked at Zhao Jixi with a bit of amusement. "I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Are you scared by my appearance?" No. I just..." Zhao Jixi didn't know what to say. Yella smiled and took Zhao Jixi's tissue. "I was a little out of control just now. I'm sorry. I'll let you see the bad side. It's okay. It's okay. The departure of loved ones is always very painful. Although I can't understand this emotion, I can feel your sadness, so sometimes it's better to cry," Zhao Jixi said. Yella just smiled and suddenly walked a few steps closer. She tiptoed and kissed Zhao Jixi. "Thank you. You take a look first. I'll go to the bathroom to fix it." After saying that, Yella ran away. Without giving Zhao Jixi a little time to react, Zhao Jixi touched the lips that were kissed, licked them with his tongue, and there was a faint salty taste. Is it tears or snot? Thinking of this question, Zhao Jixi quickly wiped his lips with his hands and spit a few times in his mouth. Dizzy, I really can't think too much about this. Zhao Jixi shook his head helplessly. Zhao Jixi walked around the study room casually and took up the information on the table to look at it, but most of it was incomprehensible. There were also some data tables and growth reports of fruit trees. What Zhao Jixi thought about did not happen next. After Yella came back, she took Zhao Jixi to see her father's research results. Zhao Jixi focused on some fruit tree species and some nutrient solutions he prepared himself. It is liquid fertilizer, which is used to hang dangling bottles on trees. It is to hang bottles filled with fertilizer or liquid medicine on the trunk, and the fertilizer or liquid medicine in the bottle is directly transported to the branches and leaves through the duct in the trunk, so as to achieve the purpose of supplementing fertilizer, or preventing and controlling pests and diseases. Its advantages, that the input fertilizer or pesticide is not affected by the rhizosphere soil conditions and the effect is reduced, and it directly enters the tree body. Therefore, the dosage is generally small, the effect is fast, and it has the advantages of saving water, saving fertilizer, drug, saving labor, and quick effect. Haha, that's it. It's easy to change the formula and add some water of vitality in the future. Zhao Jixi thought with some pride. The most important thing is that this can be kept as a trade secret and will not be disclosed to others. Looking at these apple trees, peach trees, mango trees, etc., Zhao Jixi was very happy. Each of these is his future money-making tool. Yella looked at Zhao Jixi strangely. She couldn't understand why these were so beautiful. She had been facing these fruit trees since she was a child. It was just like that. There was nothing special. However, Zhao Jixi's dazed look was very similar to her deceased father. He would also look at these fruit trees and be lost in thought. Zhao Jixi had dinner at Kate's house in the evening. Zhao Jixi originally planned to find a hotel in the town, but Yella said that there was an empty room at home, so he asked him to stay. Eva saw Yella said so and agreed, and she was not as hostile to Zhao Jixi as she was when they first met. After spending a few hours with Zhao Jixi, she still has some good feelings for him. At least she thinks this big boy's not bad. He is very talkative and has a good personality. Of course, this is just the conclusion drawn in the past few hours. As for the truth, it remains to be seen. When eating at night, Seiya was a little unhappy because he had been eating food in the space recently. It was inevitable that he would lose his appetite when he suddenly ate these ordinary things. However, seeing that Zhao Jixi did not conjure up food for him, he could only eat it. Zhao Jixi saw that Seiya was hesitant and knew that he thought the food was not delicious, but he could not conjure up things in public. If he went back to the car and conjured it out, pretending that he had taken it in the car, it would be too troublesome. The most important thing is that you come to someone's house for dinner and eat the food you brought with you. Isn't this a slap in the face? Even if you eat what you brought with you, it depends on the time. If you give it to others to share, they take it out and eat it together, it's okay. If it's like before, you can only bear the consequences yourself. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. Eva prepared steak and mashed potatoes, as well as grilled salmon and vegetable salad. Although the taste was average, Zhao Jixi was still very happy to eat. After all, his mind was no longer on eating, but on doing things under the table. Ella's little feet were always teasing Zhao Jixi, scratching the instep and calf. The most annoying thing was that her long legs stretched to the inside of Zhao Jixi's thighs, teasing little Jixi from time to time. She seemed very happy that little Jixi gradually responded to her teasing. On the table, she kept chatting with Zhao Jixi about delicious food. But her eyes were teasing Zhao Jixi from an angle that Eva could not see, and Eva was very happy to hear someone praising her cooking skills. This cooking skill was learned from a training class recently. She didn't know how to cook before. Recently, she went to learn it in a rush because she was preparing to get married. Zhao Jixi looked at Eva as if she was the only one enjoying the food at the table, while the other two were doing all kinds of ambiguous actions. Sure enough, the darkness is always going on underneath. It is not easy for Zhou to achieve what he has today, all thanks to your support. Don't worry, as long as there are still people reading, I will work hard to write. Too sentimental. Well, give me some recommendations. Chapter 57. I'm blessed. Why am I so smart? After dinner, Zhao Jixi returned to the room and felt a little uneasy. He sat on a chair and then on the sofa, but he felt uncomfortable no matter where he sat. He simply fell into the quilt, but he started to feel uncomfortable after lying for a while, and his whole body turned around on the bed. Oh, what's going on? Should I go over or wait for her? Zhao Jixi sat up on the bed, wrapped in the quilt. Zhao Jixi closed his eyes and thought carefully whether she had given him any hints just now. But he was just taking care of her and looking at Eva from time to time, so he couldn't take care of anything else. With a sigh, Zhao Jixi rolled on the bed. Saiyan was watching from the side and felt very strange. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. His eyes lit up, and he ran over with his front legs on the ground and got into the quilt behind Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi suddenly felt something coming in, and suddenly he was a little dumbfounded. Are Americans really so open? Haha, I'm so lucky. Zhao Jixi didn't have any other thoughts at this time. He was completely overwhelmed by lust. He immediately hugged Seiya and pretended to be gentle and shouted, "Baby, I'm here, don't be naughty." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Jixi almost felt something was wrong, because Zhao Jixi hugged Seiya. Zhao Jixi was ridiculous for a moment and hurriedly pulled open the quilt. As Zhao Jixi pulled the quilt hard, Seiya's little black face was exposed in a few seconds. Zhao Jixi was mentally prepared, but when he suddenly saw this little black face, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but exclaimed, "I'm dead, I must be crazy." Zhao Jixi couldn't help but start to mutter. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this little black face was too unlovable, and his inner outlook on life was almost destroyed. If this happens 2 more times, I think I'll get tired. I actually reacted. Zhao Jixi was a little tearful, but after seeing Seiya, he suddenly turned back. Seiya thought Zhao Jixi was playing with him, grinning at him. He crawled forward 2 steps and ran into his arms. This time Zhao Jixi felt even more depressed. I'm having a seizure. Suddenly, Zhao Jixi heard a ha-ha laugh, but it was the kind that could be lowered, but you could hear how happy the owner of the laugh was. Yella came in, just when Zhao Jixi shouted, "Baby, I'm coming." As soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhao Jixi's funny scene. She was also stunned at first, and then she saw Zhao Jixi's colorful face, and immediately reacted, so she burst into laughter. But she was afraid that Eva would hear it, so she covered her mouth with her hand. But the more she thought about it, the funnier it got, and she bent over with laughter because her stomach hurt. Zhao Jixi felt ashamed to see this and quickly pulled the quilt over him and acted like a coward. Seiya was startled by Zhao Jixi's action and quickly jumped away and ran to the small bed that Zhao Jixi made for him. Zhao Jixi was speechless. It was too embarrassing. He didn't know what to say. His usual thick skin didn't work at this time. His face was really red and hot. It would be fine if Yella didn't come in, but she happened to bump into him again. It was really a case of adding insult to injury. Zhao Jixi seemed to have to be depressed alone. Yella looked at Zhao Jixi's boyish performance and couldn't help laughing more unscrupulously. Walking towards Zhao Jixi with slow lotus steps, Zhao Jixi didn't look as domineering as he did in the afternoon. "Jess, baby, I'm here, don't be naughty." Yella imitated Zhao Jixi's tone in a funny way and said to him teasingly, "Dizzy, I'm teased like this by a little girl. How can I face the elders of Jiangdong? No, I have to win back a game." Thinking of this, Zhao Jixi lifted the quilt, rushed to Yella, and pressed her under the bed. At this point, Zhao Jixi was thinking about whether to continue, but Zhao Jixi didn't need to think about it. Yella's actions replaced him. The two of them were lying on the bed, looking at each other. Yella boldly looked into Zhao Jixi's eyes, looking very carefully, as if she wanted to see him clearly. Suddenly, Yella kissed Zhao Jixi while he was still thinking. Yella touched Zhao Jixi's lips, and her tongue couldn't wait to stretch in. While he was still slow, she flexibly wandered in his mouth. Feeling the tongue in his mouth, in the spirit of men and women working together is not tiring, Zhao Jixi couldn't let her sing a one-man show alone, and the tongue in his mouth went up without saying anything, and the two of them entangled together immediately. As time went by, Zhao Jixi was no longer satisfied with kissing, even though it was a French kiss. His hands reached out to the places he had wanted to move to for a long time, that is, the two peaks and her hips. Lao pinched the greatness that could not be fully grasped by one hand, and the feeling through the bra made Zhao Jixi feel a little uncomfortable. Moving his right hand to her back, Zhao Jixi's hard-trained skill of opening clothes finally came in handy. Several fingers cooperated flexibly, and the hood that was in the way was opened with a snap. Yilla felt the movement behind her, and her hands began to caress Zhao Jixi's muscles. The other hand began to untie Zhao Jixi's belt, and the two of them stripped each other naked in a few seconds. Zhao Jixi needed Yilla's fullness, and kissed her neck. Yilla held Zhao Jixi's long gun with one hand, opened her legs, tilted her hips slightly, and with a little force, she put the long gun into the silky cave. For a moment, the room was filled with the sounds of pa, 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 as well as the man's majestic panting, and the woman's charming cry. In the morning, because they fought very late last night, the two of them were panting on the dining table. Eva was also worried, so she didn't sleep well, and she also started to pant. For a moment, the dining table was full of panting. The three of them also felt a little strange. Zhao Jixi was afraid that Eva would suspect him, so he quickly said, "I love bed, so my sleep is a bit bad." "Did I ask you? Why did you say it so quickly?" Yilla joked to Zhao Jixi. Yilla, Eva called her pretending to be angry, and then apologized to Zhao Jixi. "I'm sorry, Jess. My sister didn't mean it. I hope you don't blame her." "Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Miss Yilla is so beautiful, I can't bear to be angry with her," Zhao Jixi said in a strange tone. The three of them spent breakfast in this strange atmosphere. Zhao Jixi stayed at Kate's house for about 2 days, seemingly doing nothing. In fact, he had already done what he should do. First, he called Atwood and asked him to mark out a piece of land in the farm to be used as a home for these fruit trees, which was considered an experimental field. As soon as Atwood heard what his boss had told him, he immediately asked the cowboys in the farm to prepare the land and dig holes. As long as Zhao Jixi's tree species were in place, they could plant them directly. As for the reception work Zhao Jixi did at Kate's house, anyone would think that he did a really bad job. He didn't seem to put his mind into it at all, and he looked like a playboy. He had a scuffle with Yilla at night, and yawned during the day. When checking the data, he was also careless, and he looked like he didn't care at all. Eva looked at Zhao Jixi's attitude, and was very worried. She was afraid that he would not cherish her father's scientific research results in the future. However, the contract had been signed, and she didn't know how to say it. Zhao Jixi was not only pretending, but there was also some truth in his heart. He was really overwhelmed by Yilla these 2 nights. As the saying goes, no matter how strong the cow is, it can't stand plowing the land every day, especially the overloaded one. Zhao Jixi was already rich enough that he didn't bleed from plowing. There are only tired cows in the world, not plowed land. So it's understandable that Zhao Jixi couldn't raise his spirits these 2 days. But Zhao Jixi still has space. Yes, there is space. But Zhao Jixi deliberately didn't use it, otherwise Yilla wouldn't be so arrogant. But it's not surprising that Zhao Jixi is still so energetic after being overwhelmed by her. The most important thing is that he is in good spirits and has enough energy. You can always make the key accounts clear. If someone with ulterior motives comes to check this in the future, it's obvious that I did it on purpose. I just want you to find nothing. It would be too obvious to do that, so Zhao Jixi used Yilla as an excuse to plant a warning. He could also use it as an excuse in the future. Isn't this woman the best excuse for the rich, especially for the now the rich? Sometimes Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel proud of himself for being so smart. Sometimes when he looked in the mirror, he couldn't help but look at the mirror and say, "You are really great. Talk about you." Yuan pointed at himself in the mirror. "How can you be so smart? Look at you, so handsome that I'm embarrassed." Zhao Jixi, what do you think? Yes, look, you are so handsome. Yeah, I think so too. A nod that seemed to be affirmative. Fortunately, no one saw this scene. If someone saw him talking to himself like this, Westerners must think he was mentally schizophrenic and called 911 immediately. Stations would think he was possessed by a ghost, or he was talking to a ghost. It's easy for the Chinese. When they see him like this, they either burst into laughter, or cover their mouths and snicker, or say to Jay Chou, "Brother, you're not talking about me. Don't worry, I'm not as good as you say. I'm so ashamed." Zhou Yao, thank you so much. Haha, finally you give me the first place as a newcomer. It's really not easy for a newcomer to make it. A fellow author has published a new book, Imperial Tomb. Everyone please give it a review. Chapter 58. Go back to the farm and plant trees, or wait a while. Zhao Jixi drove back with Seiya in Yila's farewell eyes. However, the two exchanged phone numbers, so they could contact each other if they wanted to develop further. Zhao Jixi actually had a flash of fuck buddy. Fuck buddy. Fuck buddy. I have a fuck buddy. The evil thoughts corroded this young man who was no longer pure. This time when driving back, the first half was better, but in the second half, it was a bit boring. Although he could still tease Seiya from time to time, without the excitement of the first time, such a journey seemed long. The stereo in the car was playing Forced by Michael Jackson. Zhao Jixi remembered that he liked this song more when he was a hanger in his previous life. It was considered a better version after the Chinese lyrics were edited. We were all good citizens. We studied hard every day, since we were young. We were not born bad guys. We were all forced. We were forced. We were forced. A bottle of wine worth 100,000 yuan is indeed not cheap, but I don't think you care about this little money. We were forced. Sure enough, it's still comfortable to drive a high-end car and sing a hanging song. Am I too vulgar? Zhao Jixi couldn't help but say narcissistically. What do you think? Say yeah. Haha. Shook his head. Forget it. You won't understand even if I ask, so forget it. Zhao Jixi automatically ignored Seiya's shaking head and continued to talk to himself. After another few hours of driving, Zhao Jixi drove to the gate of the farm and pressed the switch to open the gate. The car began to slowly drive into the gate, and the speed was not very fast. It took a long time to reach the villa. Zhao Jixi did not see Sanwen when he returned to the villa. I thought that, even if no one came to welcome me, it would be good to have a dog. Unfortunately, there is no dog now. Zhao Jixi said, a little disappointed. Zhao Jixi knew that the nanny at home would not stay here at this time, so he had no hope for anyone at home. He could only hold a glimmer of hope for a few puppies. After returning home, he went to the bathroom, filled a tub of water, and Zhao Jixi lay in it to take a bath. In fact, there is a large space, so there is no need to be so troublesome. Just go in and take a bath. But Zhao Jixi has passed the excitement period at this time. As for the space, he could just say, I actually want to live an ordinary life. What a pretentious statement. In fact, he is just bored and looking for something to kill time. Going to the space at this time is not asking for trouble, and it will increase the time flow. Should I tell my parents and sisters? I'm almost done now. Anyway, I haven't brought women back to the farm until now. Besides, I can play anywhere in the future. I don't have to bring them to the farm. Zhao Jixi began to find reasons to convince himself. Besides, they may not stay here permanently. There are still a lot of relatives in China. It's up to me to decide what to do. Well, it seems that it should be like this. Haha. I'm so smart. Zhao Jixi faced the mirror in the bathroom and smiled narcissistically with his white teeth. After returning home and taking a shower, he washed off the dust on his body and felt much more refreshed. After changing into loose clothes, Zhao Jixi went online. He boarded the Penguin, hid himself, and started to read the news in space. Zhao Jixi now likes the Penguin shadow more and more. He is afraid that someone will disturb him, but why should he log in? Sometimes Zhao Jixi himself can't figure out why this is the case. It has almost become a habit. And at this time, a game is very popular in China, that is, stealing vegetables. This game undoubtedly created a myth. Men, women, young and old participated in it together. No matter what your profession is, or what your education level is, you will be fascinated by it. Zhao Jixi was also addicted for a while in his previous life, but he didn't feel anything in this life. However, he didn't want to play, but his sisters and friends all wanted to play. Seeing that his land was still abandoned, they couldn't wait to urge him. They asked him to plant it quickly so that everyone could steal it. Even when Zhou mother called him, she specifically explained this matter. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. When she heard this, she said, "Mom, you called me on an international long-distance call just to tell your son not to forget to plant vegetables. I have seen people who spend money like this before, but none of them are as exaggerated as you. Go to hell, you stinky boy. I raised you with my own hands, and I gave you special treatment when you were a child. Now you treat me like this. What's the point of me raising you?" Zhao's mother started to tighten the spell again. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately surrendered and finally agreed to his mother's unreasonable treaty. "You have to plant every day. If you are idle outside every day, you are also idle. Also, you are not allowed to steal my vegetables. We have different time zones. When I can't get up at night, you have to help me harvest them, whether you are free or not. Do you understand?" "Yeah, I understand, Mom," Zhou said weakly. "It's good that you understand. It's not in vain to give birth to you." Zhao's mother praised him after achieving her goal. It is said that Penguin's vegetable garden was stolen in the beginning. Poor Gaoxing.com, which was popular for a while, still couldn't compete with Penguin's user base. Even Zhou sister, those white collar and gold collar workers, were all on Gaoxing.com at the beginning, but later they switched to Penguin. It's really hard to compete with relatives and friends. They are all Penguin. It should be because of this that Penguin can act like a gangster, so it can do it easily. It really fits the saying, "I'm a gangster, who am I afraid of?" This is the gangster ancestor in the novel. After reading the news for a while, Zhou opened Plants vs. Zombies to play. It is said that this game is very lively this year, but it is really fun. It is fun to play in infinite mode. If Zhou had to upgrade step by step, he would have already passed the game time. After all, he had already finished the game before. In fact, playing it is nothing more than killing time. If there is angry birds, it can still last for a while. It is the most durable mobile game. These mobile games originally have a lifespan of a few months, but it is getting more and more popular. Later, a movie was made, and it was said that it would become the second Disney. Wait, Angry Birds. Angry Birds doesn't seem to be made yet? Thinking of this, Zhou quickly started to Google it. After searching for a long time, there was no news about it. Zhou suddenly became excited. "I was still thinking about how to make money recently. I didn't expect that there would be one. Haha, it seems that God can't bear it and let such a handsome person like me suffer for money. Haha." In his previous life, Zhou played several versions of Birds, and he remembered some of the levels. But there was only a little bit. After all, it was just a game. Who would remember so much? But Zhou knew roughly the main characters and their story background. Zhou wrote down everything he thought of first, and then began to draw a few main characters. They were all relatively simple graphics, which even a student could draw. Zhou's drawing was at the level of an elementary school student, and it was quite similar. Red, yellow, blue, green, black, and a few birds. Then there were their opponents, the group of dead pigs. The pattern was simple and easy to draw, just a round face and a pig nose. Then write the story background and gameplay, as well as its marketing plan. Zhou only remembered that this bad seemed to have made a lot of money from the peripherals. It also started after the iOS game platform, which was considered to be a good opportunity. Touching his palm excitedly, Zhou quickly took out the phone and called Harvey. The ring rang a few times, and Harvey on the other end picked up. "Hello, my dear boss, do you have any good news to tell me? I can already smell that tempting fragrance," Harvey said frivolously. Fortunately, Zhou said that he was used to this voice, but he still felt like pinching him. He was not like this when they first met. At that time, Harvey could hold Zhou back with one sentence: "You are different before and after marriage. I want to acquire a small game studio. Do you know any?" Zhou said directly. "Boss, why do you want to play a game studio? I'll check it out." "Wait a minute," Harvey said. "I suddenly had a great idea, really great. So I must create it." Zhou couldn't tell him the truth, so he could only make up a story. "Boss, you gave me a new definition of rich people." Harvey said jokingly, but the meaning was still intriguing. I thought you were complimenting me. I'm happy to accept it. Jay Chou pretended not to understand and deliberately misinterpreted Harvey's words. Forget it, check this first and give me a reply later. I want to release this news. I can't wait any longer. Okay, that's it. Zhao Jixi decisively hung up the phone without giving Harvey a chance to fight back. Boss, hey, boss. Shit, Gale. Harvey rarely swore. Boss, what do you want me for? The door was pushed open and a young intern lawyer came in. Gale, go check the information of the game studio to see if there is any accident or lawsuit. Bring me the information quickly, Harvey said seriously. Okay, boss, don't worry, it will be done soon, the young man said confidently. Then I'll go out first, boss. Well, oh, wait a minute, change your tie, this color makes me sick. Harvey frowned and said. Gale suddenly became nervous after hearing this and quickly said okay. After saying that, he immediately turned around and went out. Sure enough, he is the lawyer who is known to be the most hated by interns. I don't know whether this is my luck or my suffering, Gale said with a bitter face. Harvey at this moment had lost all his humor, wit, and sarcasm when chatting with Zhao Jixi. Zio yayo, oh my god, it's past 12 o'clock. I was chatting with Gao Shanstone in the group and forgot the time. This chapter is not for the 15th. I will change to cards as usual tomorrow. Chapter 59. Foolish. After Jay Chou finished talking to Harvey, he picked up his phone and called Mark Zuckerberg. Mark is in the id industry and it has become a big trend in social networks recently. Jay Chou's investment in it has also risen. Although he knew it would rise, he had experienced it personally, so it was a very special feeling. As a result, Jay Chou has become more pleasing to the eye of Zio Mazzi recently. After the mobile phone number was broadcast, it rang in his ear for a while, and Mark answered the phone. Hey, Jess, how come you have time to find me? Mark's speed was still very fast. Hey, Mark, you are in good spirits. You won't be lazy if you can have such spirits on Tuesday, Jay Chou said jokingly. Haha. As a shareholder of the company, in order to protect my own and others' interests, Mark, I have to remind you of this point. Be moderate in your nightlife. Mark heard Jay Chou's jokes and felt a little powerless. What a thing. Go to hell, Snow. My private life has always been very regular, unlike you, who is almost a asterisk. Why don't you need to do anything today, but call me instead? He also knew something about Zhao Jixi's recent life, and it was Zhao Jixi himself who broke the news to him. Now Mark used it as an attack weapon, and he suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. I won't talk nonsense with you. If you have anything to say, please tell me. I have a meeting later, Mark said quickly, diverting Zhao Jixi's attention. Mark, how can you be so smart? As a friend, I just called you to say hello out of concern, and you miss me like this. Man, I have to say, I'm really sad, Zhao Jixi said, pretending to be sad. How could Mark fall for his trick? Good Jess, thank you for your concern, but besides concern, what else do you want? But, Mark, actually there is one more small thing. I want to acquire a game company. Of course, a studio is also okay, Zhao Jixi said. What? Why did you buy that? You are a cowboy who runs a farm, and you want to make games? Don't you want to raise cattle? Mark said in surprise. It's just a small investment, and I don't need to manage it. Just hire a manager to manage it when the time comes, Zhao Jixi said with a relaxed look. Mark was a little speechless. He did it himself at the beginning and worked hard to make the company what it is now. There were a lot of sadness and tears in it. Okay, I'll take a look for you and get back to you later, Mark said. But I still remind you that it's not that easy to run a company. Don't worry, I just want to make a quick buck, and it's possible that I plan to sell it in the future. Zhao Jixi was a little moved when he heard Mark's words. Only those who want to treat you as a friend will tell you something to remind you. The two chatted casually for 2 or 3 sentences and hung up the phone. After all, Mark is still very busy, and it's impossible for him to be as idle as Zhao Jixi. This is the responsibility of being a CEO. After explaining the matter, Zhao Jixi was free. He put away all the manuscripts on the table, and his movements were very gentle and artificial. He had wild thoughts in his mind from time to time. Maybe this can be an antique in the future. The manuscript of the founder of Angry Birds. Although the drawing is not very good, it can't help but be a handwritten manuscript. When the bird becomes famous in the future, we will take it out for charity auction. Maybe it can be sold at a high price. Zhou Jixi looked at himself and took a nap at home. This was a common thing in the life of a otaku in the past. Zhou Jixi hadn't taken a nap for a while. Lying in bed, he really missed that feeling. After waking up, Zhou Jixi felt a little thirsty. He took out a cup from the space and moved some water of vitality into the cup. He put it to his mouth and drank it. Ah, cool. It's convenient to have a space. It's a must-have for lazy people. Zhou Jixi stretched and said lazily. After getting up from the bed, Zhou Jixi tidied up casually and went downstairs to prepare some mung bean porridge. A lazy afternoon, with a bowl of iced mung bean porridge and a few sweet candies. It is really a kind of enjoyment. Take out some mung beans from the space, soak them in the water of vitality, and put them directly into the pot. You don't even need to wash them. With the green light of the little goblins, it is definitely comparable to high temperature disinfection. Cover the pressure cooker, turn on the switch, and start cooking. Zhou Jixi looked bored, so he played rock paper scissors with Seiyan. He ate a bean every time he lost. Zhou Jixi relied on his quick hands and eyes, and Seiyan's brain was a little slow. After a few games, he was simply slaughtering Seiyan, making Seiyan's head full of red marks, and this was when Seiyan's face was black. If it was white and fat, it would definitely be clearly red. Seiyan's tears were about to flow in his eyes when he lost. If Zhou Jixi hadn't tempted him with food, he wouldn't have done this. It's better to scratch his hair more and see if there are any lice. Seeing Seiya's aggrieved look, Zhou Jixi handed over the big peach in his hand and stopped teasing him. After Seiya got the peach, he no longer looked aggrieved. Both of his eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be about to split open with joy. The whole look could only be described as flying eyebrows and dancing phoenixes. Before Zhou Jixi could react, Seiya shouted a few times in triumph, jumped away and ran away. Damn, it's only been a short time since you learned it so well. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. With this acting skill, he might be an actor in a dozen years. He sighed helplessly. Zhou Jixi ignored it and turned his head to look at the table. The mung bean porridge on it was already cooked. He quickly took out a small bowl and put it in. He opened his high-end refrigerator, put the mung bean soup into one of the compartments, closed the door, and turned on the refrigeration system. It will be done in about a few minutes. This high-end refrigerator is different. This ice-making system is really convenient. Zhou Jixi sighed proudly while enjoying the convenience brought by this thing. A few minutes later, Zhou Jixi held the mung bean soup that had already formed some ice crystals and walked to the sunshade of the leisure platform outside to sit down. The weather in California at this time is just the most comfortable, with light sunshine and a little heat. However, under the sunshade, Zhou Jixi only felt a warm feeling. He shook a mouthful of cold mung bean soup into his mouth, and a trace of cool air spread in his mouth. After swallowing it into the stomach, a coolness rose from the stomach to the spine, and then rushed straight to the back of the head, and then spread to the whole body. It's cool. It's really cool. Zhou Jixi felt the coolness, and was surprised in his heart. Some of it was because the food was delicious, and some of it was because his cooking skills were great. Various emotions also floated out, and turned into a cool. Zhou Jixi looked at the bowl of mung bean soup in his hand, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. This thing is not only delicious, but also uses mung beans and water from the space. With my amazing cooking skills, I can make such a magical soup. Well, I have to cook more in the future. This life really needs to be improved. After praising himself shamelessly, Zhou Jixi drank the mung bean soup. After a while, Zhou Jixi, who had eaten and drunk enough, looked at the time. It was still early. Go and see how they have made the experimental site in the orchard. I haven't inspected it since I came back. I blew a whistle and called out Seiya, who ran away. Fortunately, Zhou Jixi's lung capacity is large enough, and he deliberately blew a sharp sound so that the whistle can be spread farther. As soon as the first long whistle sounded, Zhao Jixi saw Seiya peeking out from behind the gate. "You dead monkey, come here quickly, I have something good to say to you." Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel amused, and Seiya's look really touched his funny bone. Seiya has recently become more capable of observing people's expressions, at least he can read the emotions revealed, so from Zhao Jixi's expression, Seiya knew that he was in a good mood. Unfortunately, this poor kid didn't know that human minds are not as simple as they seem on the surface. It can't be discovered from the face. Just like it itself, it learned to lie, but didn't understand how not to be lied to. People with low IQ really can't afford to be hurt. Only after suffering a few more losses can you remember. Seiya happily ran to Zhao Jixi, circled Zhao Jixi for 2 steps, stuck out his tongue, and looked at him fiercely. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but cover his head with his hands again. This guy has been hanging out with 1K for too long. You can see some dog-like habits everywhere. He picked up Seiya and slapped the back of its head and educated it. "Don't do this action next time, understand?" Seiya was suddenly hit by Zhao Jixi and was startled. Then he listened to what Zhao Jixi said, but he didn't know what it meant. Anyway, he did something wrong. Looking at Seiya's confused eyes, Zhao Jixi could only use his ultimate move. He demonstrated it to Seiya as usual, and Seiya finally understood it. "Hey, I lost to you." Seeing that Seiya understood, Zhao Jixi felt relieved. Otherwise, if he raised an orangutan into a dog in the future, wouldn't it be an orangutan dog? Is there such a weird dog breed? Thinking of this, Zhao Jixi laughed. Taking Seiya with him, the man and the beast walked towards the stable. The stable was not far from the villa, and Zhao Jixi only walked there in a few minutes. Before entering the stable, Zhao Jixi saw Zhu Feng inside the grass fence, barking a few times in his direction. He immediately stopped walking towards the stable and turned to walk towards Zhu Feng. Seeing Zhao Jixi getting closer and closer, Zhu Feng became excited. He ran along the fence until Zhao Jixi came to the fence door, then he stopped. Zhao Jixi opened the fence door and wanted to lead Zhu Feng over. Zhu Feng inside the fence couldn't wait any longer, and before Zhao Jixi completely opened the door, he came out from the half-opened door. "Zhou Yao, no one on the newcomer list. I don't know how long I can stay. It seems like my time is almost up." But Zhou Yao is also very grateful for this result. "Thank you all. Don't leave your tickets. If you have them, the recommendations will be gone once they expire." Chapter 60, The Self-Expansion of the Wind. Zhu Feng was affectionate to Zhao Jixi, as if he was a man who hadn't seen a woman for a long time, and he was so enthusiastic about Zhao Jixi. Even Seiya was a little fed up with it, and finally Zhao Jixi couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, baby, how about we go for a walk together?" Zhao Jixi ended Zhu Feng's affectionate greetings and stroked its neck with his right hand. With his left hand, he took out the food it liked from the space and fed it little by little. After eating for a while, Zhu Feng finally woke up from his frenzy. He was pouting the food Zhao Jixi gave him, and his nose was still snorting. In the distance, Zisi, who was on duty here, saw Zhao Jixi and rode over on his horse, causing dust to fly everywhere. When he got close to Zhao Jixi, his speed gradually slowed down. Although he walked over, Zhao Jixi seemed to be able to see that the horse was still breathing smoke from its 2 noses. Zhao Jixi thought it was really cool, but Zhu Feng couldn't stand the other party's arrogance and snorted a few times. The front legs began to trample on the ground, and the posture of the body seemed to be ready to run at any time, and began to provoke the horse underseas. Zhao Jixi's eyes lit up. "Our horse is not bad. Look at this domineering look, regardless of how it runs. Just the momentum is what you want. Domineering, isn't it? The whole word is cool." C's also found that Zhu Feng was a little bit wrong recently. His temper gradually got worse, and his whole temperament was a bit outstanding. He was dismissive of the horses in the stable, and did not allow other horses to provoke him. C's even suspected that this horse thought he was great, because he was ridden by the boss. It was not like this before. Zhu Feng's strange transformation did give the cowboys on the farm a topic to discuss after dinner. In fact, Zisi did guess something's right. In addition to Zhao Jixi riding it, it was actually caused by Zhu Feng eating the water of vitality in the space and some food. It's not that the plants in the space are so powerful that eating some can change their momentum and personality. Like say iron, he didn't become anything like that after eating it. There is a saying in China that actually reveals the secret. One kind of rice feeds 100 kinds of people. People can eat the same thing and eat good and bad, let alone animals. In addition, the things in this space are indeed useful for developing wisdom. Although it is not big, it can't resist Zhou Feng's inner expansion. Now it feels like a turtle, and the horses in the ranch feel like a group of country turtles. Although the appearance is similar, the inner heart is different. This is probably the current portrayal of Zhou Feng's inner heart. It is not a high-level bloodline, nor is it a proud body, but now I despise you horses. The idiot is inflated, which is really unreasonable. Which horse can be as thoughtful as me? Stand up and show me. No. This is a voice of Zhou Feng. Zhao Jixi followed C's and chatted with him for a few words, then let him do his work. He could handle it now. He didn't need help anymore. There was basically no problem with getting on the horse. Zhao Jixi took Zhou Feng to the stable and put his own saddle and reins on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng showed the well-trained appearance of a ranch horse in this regard. He easily let Zhao Jixi put on these parts and shook them to make them fit his body better and make himself more comfortable. Seiya felt very strange watching from the side and touched Zhou Feng from time to time. Zhou Feng knew Seiya and Seiya had given him food before. So now Zhou Feng would lick Seiya from time to time. Seiya also felt Zhou Feng's kindness, so he handed the half-full red grape in his left hand to Zhou Feng, as if he was going to give it to you to eat. Zhou Feng was not polite at all and put it in his mouth and started eating. Zhao Jixi looked at the two animals in front of him with amusement, especially Seiya's trick. It was clearly learned from Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi handed the half-eaten food to it. I didn't expect it to remember it so clearly. Thinking of Seiya's pitiful appearance at that time, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh a little. Looking at Seiya now, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Seiya is now healthy and lively, living a carefree life, and eating and drinking well, which is much better than his African countrymen. If someone brings up self-interest, Zhao Jixi will definitely pat his face and say, "Brother, my land is definitely larger than the protected area of his African countrymen. Do you believe it?" Zhao Jixi's current land area is already more than 1,000 square kilometers, more than 260,000 acres. To give an intuitive representation, 1 acre is about the size of an American football field. Zhao Jixi has 260,000 football fields of land, which belongs to him personally. This area is roughly equivalent to the size of Chang 0. Ming Point Island next to Zanhe in the Celestial Empire, and it is only bigger than it. Haha. Zhao Jixi smiled complacently. When he turned around and wanted to get on the horse, he found that Seiya had already got on first. "Hey, you little guy, you are really good at buying the hearts of horses. I didn't realize that you are also a good hand at corrupting the people." Seiya looked at Zhao Jixi and said these words to him with a smile and thought he was praising himself. He just grinned at Zhao Jixi complacently. Seeing Seiya's silly look, Zhao Jixi laughed again. "You little thing, I think I'm praising you, and you're still laughing so happily." As he said that, he gave Seiya a bean in his hand and picked it up with both hands. "You, no matter how happy you are, you still have to get off first. Don't think that I won't let you get off if you play dumb," Zhao Jixi said to Seiya, who was a little reluctant. After getting on the horse, Zhao Jixi's movements were much better than the previous few days. After stabilizing himself, Zhao Jixi pulled up Seiya, who was below him, and let it sit in front of him. Seiya was a little excited sitting on the horse's back and supported Zhou Feng's neck with his front legs. Zhao Jixi saw that it was almost time, so he shouted and urged Zhou Feng to run. He controlled Zhou Feng's speed with the reins in his hands. Now Zhao Jixi still didn't dare to ride it to run fast. He really didn't have the nerves to do so. He was probably a little too nervous, mainly because he was afraid of falling, and he didn't have many skills. So Zhao Jixi could only let it jog. In fact, with the space, Zhao Jixi's life would not be in danger. It's just that you risk being discovered just to ride a horse and use the space to avoid danger. The price you pay and what you get are two different. Zhao Jixi calculated and felt that this was a losing business. Riding Zhou Feng Facing the warm breeze, he headed towards the orchard. After jogging for about 20 minutes, what came into view was the continuous orchard of fruit trees. There were fruit trees planted everywhere on the flat ground and the hillside. There were many varieties. This piece of land was the most suitable for growing fruit trees in the farm. Because of the terrain, the temperature difference between day and night here is quite large. This piece of land was also discovered by Atwood by accident. At that time, he suggested to Old Man Bud that it could be used to grow fruit. Therefore, the fruits produced here are also relatively sweet. This is because the sugar content is more precipitated due to the weather and terrain. When Atwood came here, he introduced it to Zhou. Now the fruits of their farm are also a well-known brand in California. Since the output is not large, there is no need to worry about sales. Every year, they can sell out. Alan saw Zhou from a distance and found that he also saw him, so he waved to him. Zhou also waved to indicate that he saw him. But Zhu Feng was already jogging, so he did not speed up and continued to move forward. Alan on the other end was extremely anxious. Although he was a bit introverted, he was still a cowboy after all, so the impetuous things were deeply rooted in his mind. Seeing Zhou's speed, he became extremely anxious. While waiting, Zhou finally arrived in front of him, which was why he took a few steps forward. "Hello, Alan." Zhou got off the horse and came over to greet Alan with Zhu Feng. Alan was extremely anxious at first, but when Zhou arrived in front of him, he was not anxious anymore. If he was more anxious, he would lose his temper, but the person in front of him was his boss. He got angry at the boss. Even though he was an American and had the help of the union, the boss would still fire you. At most, he would fight for more compensation. The boss's speed is exactly. Alan couldn't help but say something, but he changed his tone to a joking tone. But before he finished, Zhou interrupted him. "Alan, you can't blame me for this. I just learned to ride a horse. Do you think I can ride a horse now?" "Oh, I forgot." Alan stretched out his hand and patted his head. "Seeing your accurate movements, I thought you had been learning for a long time. Seeing your slow and steady count, I was very entangled." "Haha, okay, Alan, I thought you were praising me. If you continue, I will be embarrassed," Zhou said with a chuckle. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go. I'll take you to see the experimental field you requested," Alan said. Zhou was a little surprised. How did he know that he was going to see the experimental field? In surprise, he asked Alan. Alan raised his eyebrows helplessly. "Boss, if you don't have anything to do, you never take the initiative to come to the orchard. You came here on purpose today, and I can guess your purpose at once," Alan said with a little pride. Chapter 61. A few things. Zhou couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard what Alan said. Although Atwood had helped him manage this, he was the boss. But sometimes he didn't care about it, which was really a bit too much. "Haha." He laughed. "Let's go and see your results." Zhou quickly laughed and changed the subject. Zhou led Zhu Feng in front, and Alan behind him reacted. "Boss, wait for me." He waved and chased after him, and complained to Zhou. "Boss, you are walking so fast again. I can't ride a horse now." "Okay, I didn't notice you were so long-winded. Go and see your results quickly," Zhou said to Alan without turning his head. "I told you to mock me. I told you to mock me." Zhou's petty mind broke out, and he secretly cursed Alan in his heart. Alan was a little puzzled and touched his head. He couldn't think of what was going on. Walking on this newly reclaimed land, neat holes had been dug on the ground. The crisscross pattern looks very regular, and you can tell at a glance that it is a machine operation. Zhou said that he likes the industrialized agriculture in the United States very much. Although the machine is a little more expensive, the speed of the work is not comparable to that of human labor. Looking at these holes with similar proportions and sizes, Zhou expressed his happiness. "Boss, what kind of trees did you buy this time?" Alan was very curious about what kind of trees Zhou, a new farm worker, would buy. Hearing Alan's words, Zhou just smiled mysteriously. "You will know when the time comes. Don't worry now," Alan said helplessly. "It's so fun to be mysterious." He said helplessly. "Okay. You have the final say." Seeing Alan's depressed look, Zhaojixi's dark psychology suddenly became happy. The two walked around here for a while, and the irrigation system was also taken over from the orchard next to it. There was also a small greenhouse for raising seedlings, and Zhaojixi was very satisfied. On this land of about 2 acres, Zhaojixi seemed to see a gold mine, which would produce US dollars for him in the future. When Alan was not paying attention, Zhaojixi pretended to touch the land, and put several earth vitality on it, making sure to make the land more fertile. Alan was also responsible for everything here. After a detailed look, Zhaojixi had a new understanding of Alan's workability. "Alan, you did a good job." Zhaojixi praised him as he was about to leave. "Thank you for your compliment. This is my job, and I will definitely do it well. My mentor taught me this on my first day of class. I have always kept it in mind," Alan said happily. He felt that his efforts were not in vain, because his boss recognized his efforts. "Your mentor is very good. Haha, I think he will be proud of you." Zhaojixi expressed his liking for this stranger. "If there are more people like this, the lives of us capitalists will be better." After looking at this experimental land, Zhaojixi looked at the sky and prepared to ride back on Zhou. On the way back, Zhaojixi was still thinking about the tree species that had undergone some minor modifications in the space. Zhaojixi had already hired workers from Kate's place to dig out those trees. Then he asked the staff to do a good job of maintenance and transport them back in batches. Now he was on his way, and Zhaojixi came back by himself to cover up. The specific number of trees was also unclear. Zhaojixi casually found a few local and professional transport vehicles and entrusted them to transport them back. So it was unclear how many trees there were. Some of them were modified by the doctor, and some were ordinary hybrids. Anyway, none of them were normal. The last one was the material Zhaojixi added. That was after Zhaojixi grafted and modified the tree species in the space, based on the genes of the tree species modified by the doctor. Under the acceleration of time, a hybrid space with the advantages of the modified tree species was produced. Combined 2 by 2, it would not look too strange. Then use these as mother plants and plant them in this small experimental field. Then use the tree species from this land to graft the fruit trees in the farm orchard. Then take out the hanging bottle to supplement the nutrition of these 3-generation products, so that they should be able to adapt to the world outside the space, and the fruits will not grow in a weird way because of the thin spiritual energy. In fact, Zhaojixi can achieve the effect in the short term by putting a few more earth vitality in the orchard. Just remember to replenish more after one season. The little goblin in these data spaces has calculated it for Zhaojixi, but later Zhaojixi said that it is better to do both. Even if he does not add water or expand the earth vitality in the future, he can plant more times. By then, there will not be 1 or 2 days in a year. Lazy people always have some doubts about themselves. After all, if they really don't want to do it once or twice, what will happen to the fruit trees? Tomorrow and tomorrow. That was Zhaojixi's motto in his previous life. Many things are set a time for themselves, but when that time comes, they can't help but want to postpone it for a few days or not do it. Thinking of this, Zhaojixi decided to buy himself an insurance policy. At least there would be a buffer of more than 1 or 2 years. Even the laziest people would not be so lazy. On the way back to the villa, some sunset glows could be seen. The bright red sunset glowed on Zhaojixi, Seiya and Zhou, making them seem to be covered with a layer of red fighting spirit, which was particularly fantastic. Zhaojixi could not help but pick up the camera and took a few photos of himself. He also asked Seiya to take it over there and take a few photos of himself. Under Zhaojixi's strict teaching, Seiya can now see people on the screen and press the shutter. As for the effect, you can imagine what it will be like. However, Zhaojixi also came up with a stupid idea, which is to do an action for a longer time. Let's say ya keep pressing the shutter, and there will always be a good looking one. However, this method is really useful. There will always be a few good looking ones among dozens of photos, and some of them are actually very artistic. Sometimes Zhaojixi can't help but think that we will also hold a photography exhibition for Seiya. It will be called The World in the Eyes of an Orangutan. Wow. Damn, that would be such a big gimmick. I don't know how much I can charge for tickets. When the hype is up and Seiya is popular, we can auction the photos taken by Seiya. Maybe we can even get a high price. It won't be a waste for us to raise this foodie. Thinking of this, Zhou Jixi became more interested in teaching Seiya how to take photos. Of course, coercion and inducement are indispensable. Otherwise, Seiya, who only knows how to eat, really wouldn't like to take photos here and there. But as long as the habit is formed, it will like it in the future. Sometimes Zhou Jixi still has a selfish side. Zhou Jixi is also a mortal, and he has his own preferences. Besides, it's not like asking people to kill people or set fires. It's just taking photos with a camera. It's just like letting dogs play frisbee and letting them stand up and walk. In fact, they are the same in nature. He sent Zhu Feng back to the stable and rewarded him with a lot of food and vitality water. Zhou Jixi walked back to the villa under Zhu Feng's reluctant gaze. But before he had taken 2 steps, Zhu Feng, who was eating at the back, opened the small door and ran out, looking at Zhou Jixi pitifully with his big horse eyes. Seeing Zhu Feng chasing after him, Zhou Jixi couldn't help but feel a little happy. It turns out that brother is still so popular. Zhu Feng bit the corner of Zhou Jixi's clothes with his horse mouth to express his reluctance. Looking at Zhu Feng, Zhou Jixi touched its neck. You still want to go back with me, but the stable over there in the villa has not been cleaned, and you have no place to live in the past. I'll ask someone to clean it tomorrow, and you can go there. Leaning his head against Zhu Feng, Zhou Jixi whispered a few times in its ear and moved it back to the stable. After feeding it and comforting it, he finally settled it in the stable. But Zhou Jixi was also lazy. There was actually a stable next to the villa. Zhou Jixi didn't know how to ride a horse at that time, so he didn't ask anyone to clean it specially. If I take Zhu Feng back now, won't I have to clean it myself? After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. When Zhou Jixi and Seiya returned to the villa, the nanny was already inside. Seeing Zhou Jixi coming, she came over to greet him. Mr. Zhou is back. What do you want to eat tonight? Yes, I'm back. You can make some tonight, Zhou Jixi said gently. Just when I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something. Miss Bella, have my puppies returned to the villa recently? Oh, the puppies have been with Mr. Hunter recently. Except for the first day, they didn't come back later. Bella answered seriously. She was very satisfied with the salary given by this employer, so she treated Zhou Jixi very well. Well, then I know. Then I'll trouble you. I'll go upstairs first. Call me when it's time to eat, Zhou Jixi said, and prepared to go upstairs. Okay, sir, Bella said, and went to prepare dinner. Although it was only dinner for one person, there was still a lot to do. She knew Zhou Jixi's appetite, and he wanted at least 4 servings at a time. Back in the room, Zhou Jixi took out the Angry Birds manuscript and looked through what he had drawn and written. He was going to improve it and see if there was anything missing. If there was, he would add some things he remembered. Zhou Jixi was not worried about things like levels. As long as the difficulty was increased, he could edit it in any way he wanted. The main thing was its style and the content of the several versions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Dull. In the evening, after Zhou Jixi had the dinner cooked by the nanny, he returned to his room. He returned to the room and played games with nothing to do. He turned on the large screen LCD TV, connected the game console, and held the game controller in his hand. Seiya hid in the bed and watched Zhou Jixi. The sound of machine guns in the TV made him a little scared. He didn't dare to get too close, but after watching for a while, he felt that there was nothing. He began to approach Zhou Jixi step by step and slowly walked to Zhou Jixi's side. Zhou Jixi was concentrating on watching the battlefield game on TV. He also saw Seiya, but he was too lazy to care about him. Seiya was watching Zhou Jixi having fun, and he was bored to death next to him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he saw a game controller on the game console under the TV. He turned his head to look at the one in Zhou Jixi's hand. Looking at the game controller again, he felt like a light bulb was lit up in his head. While Zhou Jixi was not paying attention, he began to move towards the game controller. Seiya, what are you doing? Don't block the view. Zhou Jixi saw that it blocked his view and yelled in displeasure. Seiya was immediately frightened and yelled "Gaa twice, jumping away in 2 steps. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but wonder about Seiya's overreaction. What's wrong with it? But at this time, the game situation was intertwined and he didn't want to pause it. So he didn't care about it. I just want to find the way back, Theald Mestida. Seiya, give me my phone. Zhou Jixi called, but his eyes were still looking at the game. Seiya, who seemed to have done something wrong, ran out quickly after hearing Zhou Jixi's call and took the phone that was still ringing on the bed to Zhou Jixi. With his skilled gestures and agile movements, it can be seen that Zhou Jixi often uses Seiya. Press the one in the middle, click, that's it. Zhou Jixi couldn't spare his hands, so he called on Seiya. Seiya pressed the button and at Zhou Jixi's signal, handed the phone to his ear. Hey, Jess, what took you so long to answer the phone? A familiar voice came from the other end. I'm playing games, and now there's an orangutan next to me holding the phone for me. Zhou Jixi said the truth. Come on, man, this joke is not funny at all. Obviously unbelieving words. But, what I said is the truth, believe it or not. What do you want to talk to me about? Zhou Jixi said helplessly. Zhou Jixi had some impression of the person who called. He met him at a party. He was a pretty good person, very humorous and talkative. I heard from Mark that you want to acquire a game studio or company, right? Well, has he told you? Is there anything that I, Dale, don't know? Okay, Dale, do you have any good news to tell me? Seiya's hand moved, a little annoyed. What? Dale obviously didn't hear what Zhou Jixi said. Zhou Jixi leaned against the sofa, stretched his left leg up, held the phone, and told Seiya to move his hand away. Sure enough, the lazy man's method is much more powerful. Those who use their shoulders and heads to hold the phone are so weak. Seiya, who is next to him, saw that Zhou Jixi ignored him and suddenly felt bored. He went to his own nest, took out a camera that was already turned on, and started shooting Zhou Jixi. Seiya shook his phone just now. Let's continue. I just said you have any good news to tell me. Zhou Jixi explained. Oh, man, so you like to call beautiful women gorillas. How does she look like? Does she have golden hair? Dale said in a lewd way, and a lewd smile came out of his mouth. Zhou Jixi was so upset when he heard it. His mind suddenly remembered the dark history with Seiya at the Kate sisters' house some time ago. His face was sweating. Get out, let's talk about business. Anyway, he already thought so Zhou Jixi didn't want to explain anything more. At the right time, Dar also smiled as if he understood. Okay, Jess, let me get down to business. I'm telling you, I just attended a party and met a few guys who make games. They are looking for opportunities and hope to get an investment. I heard Mark say that you wanted to make games, so I paid special attention to these guys, and guess what happened? Da said to whet Zhou Jixi's appetite. Zhou Jixi was already a little tempted when he heard this, so he stopped playing the game. He put down the controller, took the phone with his free hands, and then walked to the windowsill and sat down. Da, I'm starting to want to know. Tell me quickly. I owe you one, but if it's not good news, the promise will be invalid. Zhou Jixi was a little anxious. After hearing what Zhou Jixi said, Da seemed even happier. Hey, Jess, believe me. Listen to me. I've been in touch with those people and I know that several of them have won multiple awards in mobile game design competitions. I also played the game they made. It was pretty good. Well, but you know, I actually just need a few people to help me make the game. I don't want to give them shares, nor do I want to invest in them. Zhou Jixi didn't want to find a few gunmen to make something that he knew could make money, and he would give them a piece of the cake. Jess, I just realized that you are also a real vampire. I now believe what Mark said. Dal said jokingly. Dale knew that JC Chow was a billionaire, but he didn't know how rich he was. He only knew that JC Chow had invested hundreds of millions in Facebook, but he didn't know the exact amount. Anyway, this was a very rich guy, and he met JC Chow through Mark's introduction. Dale's father was a shareholder in an investment fund and also worked in the fund. And this fund had invested in Facebook. With the help of his father's influence, he was able to get to know Mark Zuckerberg. He was quite humorous and had good eyes, and he had put a lot of effort into weaving his network so he could make friends with Mark, and they were good friends. Later, when he was at a party with Mark, he met JC Chow. He knew that there was such a young rich man, but they were just casual acquaintances. He had always wanted to make friends with Jess, but he had no chance. This time, he finally got his chance. Mark, who knew that he had good connections, called him and asked if he knew anyone who wanted to sell a game company, saying that he wanted to buy one if he needed one. He knew clearly that Mark Zuckerberg usually only focused on his own company. If there was something, he would ask people in the company to solve it. Only when there were some personal relationships would he ask people outside the company to help. After all, there were many investors in his company. Although they didn't care about the matter, they were also watching him. So through his indirect inquiries, he knew that the Asian rich man wanted to buy a game company to play with. So he became interested and said on the spot that it was Jay Chow. Seeing that he had guessed it, Mark didn't hide it from him and said that Jay Chow needed it. The moment Dale said it, Mark knew what Dale meant. But this was just a small matter. Let Jay Chow as such a small favor, and it could also help him meet more people. Mark didn't care about his intentions, and he still understood this friend. With Mark's tacit approval, Dale became serious and consulted with his friends who made games. Only then did he know that there were countless small companies and studios making games, but there were not many of them with quality. Hearing this news, Dale became interested and followed that friend to the party organized by these people. Come here to explore the situation and see what it looks like. But after coming here and understanding the situation, Dale became happy. There are many people who are not doing well here. There is also a game company that just went bankrupt, and many of its employees gathered here. He immediately saw hope and went up to chat with them. These guys let him get almost all the information. He immediately had an idea, so he called Zhou. As a qualified businessman, I think I need to do more. Thank you for your compliment, Dale. Zhou said shamelessly. He still cares about money. When Dale heard it, he sighed for Zhou's shamelessness. Come on, Jess. I can't argue with you, but do you really want to listen anymore? Hurry up, Dale. Don't keep me in suspense. Talk about those guys. Okay, their company just went bankrupt, and now they are all unemployed. You may not know that there are actually many people in this industry, but it is not easy to find a good job. Carl sneered at this point, and in the current economic situation, they can only pray to Obama to create a few more jobs for them, but this old black guy can't take care of himself now. Zhou was still very surprised to hear Dale belittling Obama like this. Although he knew that there was no politician who had not been scolded in this fucked up country like the United States, it was a bit strange for Dale to scold him. Dale, don't you support the Democratic Party? Dale rolled his teeth, and Zhou understood what he meant without saying more. I support the Democratic Party, but I don't support that old black guy. So you know, but even if I support him, I will still scold him for what he is doing now. Shit. Zhou was a little speechless when he heard these party issues. Let's talk about business. Chapter 63, The Fruit Tree Arrives. Okay, I think you can talk to them. They are all very good guys. Dale suggested. Zhou pondered for a moment. He also had his own considerations, but he felt that Dale's proposal was still good. The initial group of people was just the foundation of the company, but because he had no foundation, he wanted to acquire a game company. This way, it can be done directly. However, it is not good for the newly acquired company to have no one in it, so you have to find a group of people who understand your ideas in advance. Buying a game company so that you have some foundation is a good choice. Okay, it's okay. Since Dale is also optimistic about them, then I can go to meet them. I hope they cherish this opportunity. Zhou smiled when he said this. Dale, thank you for this time. I will treat you to a drink in San Francisco. Jess, since you said so, then I won't be polite. Dale heard what Zhou said and understood what he meant. Zhou also thought that Dale was good. In this strange country, it would not be wrong to expand more contacts. Haha, as long as you don't bankrupt me, you can do whatever you want. Zhao Jixi and Dal started joking casually. Jess, this is not funny at all. Okay, I won't disturb you from communicating with the gorilla. That's it, man. There's a beautiful woman looking at me. Let's stop chatting and talk next time. Zhao Jixi heard him say this. What else could he say? He couldn't explain it clearly. He was too lazy to say anything. Okay, that's it. I'll let you know after I make a time arrangement. It's just 2 or 3 days. Yeah. Dal on the other end was obviously a little absent-minded. Zhao Jixi didn't say much and hung up the phone. As for whether he heard it clearly, Zhao Jixi didn't need to think to know that he must have heard it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jixi turned around and almost blinded his eyes. He saw Saiyan picked up Zhao Jixi's game controller and kept pressing it there. There was also a picture of shooting in it. But he kept dying and coming back. Because Zhao Jixi had set the shameless behavior of unlimited lives, Saiyan was also having a lot of fun, holding a gun and shooting non-stop. Quietly, Zhao Jixi came behind it and watched Saiyan playing the game. But Saiyan was brainless and just walked around randomly, so he kept dying. Zhao Jixi couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked Saiyan away and started playing by himself. Saiyan, who was kicked away by Zhao Jixi, was very jealous when he saw Zhao Jixi having a lot of fun. So he picked up the game controller next to him and started pressing it. At this time, Zhao Jixi was playing, and in Saiyan's eyes, he felt as if he was playing it himself, and he was actually having a lot of fun. But when he was excited, he threw the game controller in his hand to the ground. This time he was dumbfounded. With a stiff neck, he turned his head to look at Zhao Jixi. In an instant, Zhao Jixi's murderous eyes entered his eyes. Zhao Jixi didn't care about this stupid monkey's behavior at first, but for no reason, Saiyan actually smashed the game controller. Saiyan, you are going to die. Zhao Jixi's roar rang out in the villa. There was also a frightened sound of an orangutan, and then there was a burst of chaos. Fortunately, there were only Zhao Jixi and Saiyan here, and there were no neighbors around. Otherwise, who knows how many people would be scared. The next day, Zhao Jixi woke up and saw Saiyan's resentful eyes, which were always fixed on him. Seeing this, Zhao Jixi went over and gave it a bean to eat. Saiyan cackled twice to protest, but Zhao Jixi strictly stated that the protest was invalid, so he suppressed its riot. Today is the day of arrival, so Zhao Jixi got up and had breakfast. He returned to his previous life habits, entered the space to do some boxing, and then took a dip in the river of life. He appeared in the room refreshed, put on some loose clothes casually, and went out with Saiyan. When he went out, he also told the nanny to talk to the maintenance staff to clean up the stables, because the stables here would also be used in the future. When he walked to the vicinity of the stables, Zhao Jixi was too lazy to go over, so he blew a whistle and made a very cool move, trying to call Zhu Feng over. But he only heard Zhu Feng's roar, but he didn't see it coming. Shouldn't it open the door by itself? Did it forget it again in one night? Zhao Jixi had to walk forward with doubts. After passing the shelter of the stables, he saw that Zhu Feng was already in the large fence outside. The simple lock like a bolt in the stables can be opened by being smart. The one on the fence is not the same as the one in the stables, and it is obviously impossible to open it with the horse's mouth, so Zhu Feng can only stand there anxiously. I was thinking of pretending to be cool, but I didn't expect that reality is so different from the movie. Shouldn't it be said that at this time, a group of handsome horses have to jump over all obstacles to come to their owners? Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Zhao Jixi also looked around deliberately, and there was obviously no one nearby. Pan, who was far away, was blocked by the building, so he didn't see Zhao Jixi's actions. He just thought that the horses were excited to see their owners and cried. He went over to open the door, chatted with Pan who came over, and then went to the stable to get the riding tools. After giving Zhu Feng a little special treatment, he rode Zhu Feng to the orchard. When he arrived there, Zhao Jixi first inspected it. Then he notified Alan, but Alan already knew all this and had arranged cowboys and temporary workers to try to solve it quickly. When it was almost noon, Zhao received a call that the driver who was delivering the goods today had arrived. Riding on the horse, Zhao went to the gate to receive the truck. This time, the branches of the trees that came over were also cut down. They all looked relatively thin and small. Otherwise, with so many trees, these dozen or so large trucks might not be able to handle it. The trucks came to the orchard along the farm road and then began to work in full swing. Zhao felt that it was a bit like the bustling era that his parents talked about, and it was also so lively. Zhao had only seen that kind of scene when he was a child in his hometown during the busy farming season in the village. But his parents said that it didn't have the flavor of that era. The only thing left was the liveliness. Zhao was still thinking, what does it taste like? Is it delicious? Thinking back, he couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, boss? Alan saw Zhao laughing beside him and couldn't help asking. Zhao was awakened by his voice. Oh, nothing. I just remembered my hometown when I was a child. It was so lively at that time. I haven't felt this atmosphere for a long time. Alan couldn't help showing an excited expression after hearing it. Yes, this is the first time I have organized so many people to work. I have only heard my father mention this feeling, but I have never seen it. Boss, do you think these trees can grow good fruits? You ask me. Haha, of course you can. Zhao said confidently. Alan was a little surprised. Why? Is this still a problem? It's very simple, because I bought it. I think I have always had good luck. What do you think? Zhao said deliberately. Alan felt a little mixed. His boss's luck is really good. Let's not talk about other things. He can inherit this farm and doesn't need to pay taxes. This is so much US dollars for free. If this luck is not good enough, I really don't know what to say. Well, I hope your luck is really good. Alan said helplessly. Hey, man, you don't really believe it. I was just joking. Zhao looked at Alan in surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. When Alan heard Zhao words, he immediately realized that he had been fooled by his boss and angrily went up to beat Zhao. Okay, dear Alan, it's just a joke. Ah, you really hit me. I'm your boss, Alan. Alan. Zhao still paid the price for his frivolity. He touched his neck with his right hand and kept coughing. It was obvious that he had been squeezed by Alan, but this was also the case when Zhao deliberately did not fight back. It was just a joke between the two of them, so of course he couldn't use his strength, otherwise it would be nothing. And Alan can be said to be the person Zhao communicated with the most on the farm. When he first came here, besides Atwood, it was Alan who took him to familiarize himself with the farm and the surrounding towns. So his personal relationship with him is still good, and he is the kind of person who can joke with him. I didn't expect you to be so cruel, Alan. Boss, you were having too much fun just now. I just wanted to prevent you from laughing so hard. That was out of kindness. Alan had been with Zhao for a long time and had learned his Zhao style rogue method. Zhao couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Alan's shameless words. He looked at him silently with contempt. Alan was a little embarrassed by what he saw. After all, his face was not trained to that level. Boss, you should tell me what happened. Alan wanted to change the subject. Okay, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Actually, I don't know. I saw their message that day. I don't know if it was this message or the avatar that attracted me. Zhao smiled awkwardly. Alan rolled his eyes directly. Then I ran over, and I really found that it was the same as I imagined. It's really not bad. Fruit tree. Woman. Zhao still shamelessly told the truth. Alan, now he can withstand the blow. But later, after I looked at the data and conducted field research, I really discovered something strange. Zhao said seriously, and his look suddenly became a little sneaky. What is it? One chapter in the evening. Zhou begs for recommendations. It's almost a new week. Thank you all. Chapter 64. Fruit tree grafting. Seeing Zhao sneaky look, Alan couldn't help but get a little nervous. He looked around, then looked at Zhao carefully and said, that's the fruit there. It just has a strange feeling and tastes good, but I haven't found the nutritional value report yet. Otherwise, I can know more accurately what's so special about it. Zhou looked at Alan proudly and said, haha, I told you that I'm lucky. I went out to pick up a beautiful girl, and I actually met one. It didn't seem expensive, so I just wrote a check and brought it all back. Zhou said it easily, but in fact, he was still aching inside. He only got $1,000,000 for saving people, and now he's just buying some trees. Okay, and I also picked up Yilla. But he paid $1,000,000. Was he crazy at that time? Cool, boss, but do you think it's useful? Alan still looked at Zhou with doubt. So, you still have to look at the results. Let the facts prove whether I'm right or wrong. What do you think? Zhou didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Just revealing some things casually was enough. It would be bad to say too much. Okay, let's wait and see. Alan actually wanted to say that it didn't cost money, but Zhou was considering that it was not the working capital in the farm. It was the money he paid out of his own pocket. Besides, this farm was originally private property. He couldn't say much. The fruit trees were planted smoothly. Under Alan's organization, the machines and the manual labor started working together. 1 carrot, 1 pit, all the fruit trees were planted. Zhou didn't subdivide the fruit trees from the space and let them plant them by themselves. Anyway, after a season, they would know which fruit trees were good. Now the important thing is to plant this test land and then graft it. When Zhou was a child, he saw uncles in his hometown grafting fruit trees. It was to cut off the branches on this side and graft them onto the branches of another tree. At that time, he didn't know how to ask his uncles what to do. Uncle said this is called grafting fruit trees, which can make the fruits of fruit trees more delicious in the future. It can also increase the resistance and insect resistance of fruit trees. After arriving in the United States, Zhou thought of this method and learned about the use of fruit tree grafting technology. In fact, it is just like what he knew when he was a child, that is, to optimize the genes of fruit trees. Grafting can not only maintain the excellent characteristics of the grafted varieties, but also use the favorable characteristics of the rootstock to achieve early fruiting, enhance cold resistance, drought resistance, disease and pest resistance, and economically utilize breeding materials and increase the number of seedlings. The results of this are also good and bad, and it is impossible for all results to be good. However, if it comes from a mother plant, then there is no need to worry after accumulating experience in the first season. Zhou also followed Alan and others to get busy, but most of them were busy. He just helped fill the soil and help the trees. He just spent a day like this. On the second day, this area was almost ready, and it looked a little grey at a glance. Although the water of vitality has been sprinkled in the irrigation source, it still takes some time for the trees to re-extend their roots in the new land. However, if you look carefully at the branches, some fruit trees have grown small bags, and you can see a hint of green inside. This is already starting to sprout. Zhou observed it and knew that this must be the variety in the space. If you get closer, you can still vaguely sense the smell of residual energy in the space. This is something that Zhou, as the owner of the space, can discover. Seeing it, Zhou came to inspect early in the morning, and Alan also ran over, looking at Zhou with an excited expression. Boss, look at this. Alan held a branch broken from a fruit tree in his hand. Zhou knew at a glance that it was an apple branch, and it was an apple branch in the space. Seeing Alan's excited face, Zhou also came over with concern and looked carefully at the branch in Alan's hand. What's the matter, Alan? Isn't this the apple tree branch that was just planted yesterday? What do you want to show me? Boss, didn't you find anything? Alan looked at him a little incredulously. If you mean the little bag on top, I've seen it a long time ago. It's just a sign of germination. Is there any need to be so excited? Zhou said calmly, looking at Alan with a fake contemptuous expression. Alan was a little defeated by Zhou. He didn't know how excited he was at the moment. Boss, among the trees you bought, a batch has already started to grow. This is only the first day they have settled down. Can you imagine how strong their survival ability is? And I dug up the soil and I can see that the roots inside have already begun to grow outwards. That's great, but is there any need to be so excited? Zhou Jixi felt a little guilty when he saw Alan's excitement. But a moment later, he was thrown into the Himalayas. Compared with his own life, the deception of Alan at this time was negligible. Hearing Zhou Jixi's calm words, Alan was a little uneasy. He began to doubt whether he was too excited. Boss, can you imagine how strong the survival ability of this variety of apple trees is? Alan was excited. Okay, Alan, stop first. I know. I said I have good luck and good eyesight. Zhou Jixi was a little proud. After Zhou Jixi said this, Alan calmed down. As if he suddenly thought of something, his face became bitter again. What's wrong, Alan? Boss, although the survival ability is good, the quality of the fruit is the key. It's obviously too early now. Alan's heart was also mixed with 5 emotions. Okay, Alan, let's talk about this later. Now we'd better get these done first. When do you want to start grafting fruit trees? Alan picked up the branch in his hand, clapped his palms and thought for a while, then said to Zhou Jixi, the suitable temperature for grafting should be 24 to 28 degrees Celsius, and the relative humidity of the air should be above 75%. The temperature in our park is also relatively suitable, and we can do a batch of the original fruit trees first. Just use this. Alan shook the apple branch. This tree species has good survival ability, so its disease resistance should also be good. Boss, you brought the information back, can you show it to me? Zhou Jixi pondered for a moment. His expression was a little embarrassed. I can give you some research data, but some others are not. Although he didn't know what important secrets were in it, Zhou Jixi's actions had already told Alan. There must be something in it, but the boss didn't want anyone to know. So Alan was tactful and stopped asking. Well, okay, boss. Alan agreed very straightforwardly. How long will it take if we want to graft a batch? Boss, grafting is actually very simple. The grafting technology here in the United States has been mechanized. There is no need to cut branches like in the past. Mechanized. This thing can also be mechanized. Of course, boss. These jobs can now be done with semi-mechanical or fully mechanical machines. In the past, did you still need small branches, cut them, and then insert them? Seeing that Jess was interested in these, Alan didn't mind the trouble, and took out a Swiss knife from his pocket. He began to demonstrate the branches in his hand. For this rootstock, you need to remove the growth point and heart leaf, and cut a 8 to 10 mm long crack vertically downward between the 2 cotyledons. You see, it looks like this. He waved his hand to show Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi picked up the tree branch, held it in his hand, looked around, and gave it back to Alan. Then, about centimeters below the cotyledons of the scion, use a blade to cut it into a double-sided wedge of 8 to 10 mm long on both sides of the young stem. Align the double wedge surface of the scion to the rootstock interface and gently insert it so that the 2 cuts fit tightly, and fix it with a grafting clamp. If you do it this way, the steps are obviously very troublesome, and it is obviously not cost effective in the United States, a country with relatively high labor costs. This is not the main thing. The most feared thing is that it will delay time, which is time consuming and laborious. Alan told Zhou Jixi wholeheartedly. Oh, that's how it is. Alan, you are very knowledgeable. You didn't stop learning the old methods just because it has been mechanized. Zhou Jixi praised him. Hearing Zhou Jixi's praise, Alan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, Alan realized all of a sudden that his boss was an outsider, and there were still many things he didn't understand about the farm. This grafting technology is mechanized or not. You have to know it, because it involves the grafting position and the grafting interface. They are all relative, and almost everything requires a little understanding. Okay, then you arrange your future work like this. I'm relieved to leave this to you. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best to get it done. Alan assured. Obviously, being able to take charge of a piece of work now has improved his status. The most important thing is that what he learned in school can be put to good use. In the following days, Zhou Jixi mainly went to see the cows and sheep, or came to inspect the orchard. Now the farm is really full of vitality. The pasture is growing very well, and the cows and sheep have also undergone some changes while eating the grass. The cows that have been slaughtered recently have better meat quality than before, and the taste is even better. Atwood also started to talk about it after eating the meat. Chapter 65. Going to San Francisco again. It's time to make up for the debt. Please give some support. Recently, Zhou has also noticed the changes in the farm. He was a little worried at first, but seeing that Atwood and the others felt a little strange, they did not doubt him. Zhou was also relieved. However, Atwood has been thinking about this problem recently, but there is no laboratory in the farm. There are only small farm supporting facilities, which are not enough for testing. So this matter has been delayed, and everyone is doing what they should do. Moreover, after Zhou allocated money to Atwood, he started buying cattle and recruiting people. These things are also very complicated. He followed Atwood once, and couldn't stand it. At that time, Zhou went to take a look and see how they selected cattle. But the matter was annoying, and his riding skills were not very good. As a result, he was almost squeezed into the herd of cattle. And other people's farms are not as good as Zhou's. The grass on the farm was lush and green, but the grass on the farm was covered with yellow soil, and the cows ran like a sandstorm. When the matter was over, he was almost covered in dust. He would rub off a layer of dirt when he took a shower at home, and Zhou never went there again. He stayed in his farm honestly. In California, in the counties around Zhou, there was really no farm as big as Zhou's. Moreover, the farm was smaller than his, but they had more cows than him. They were all running at full capacity, and Zhou had only so many cows. The current economic situation in the United States is relatively sluggish. The market consumption is weak, and the life of these farmers is not easy. It is obviously not worth it to sell the cows on the farm at this time. But raising them is a waste of food and grass, so they can only be entangled in the discomfort. The appearance of Atwood has brought them another choice. So at this time, Zhou obviously does not need to be worried about not being able to buy cows. The surrounding farmers also want to sell cows, so this matter can be carried out well. At that time, he was still worried that he might buy expensive cows. However, Atwood explained it to Zhou later, so after combining his own understanding, Zhou felt relieved to leave this matter to them. Fortunately, I don't need to worry about these, otherwise this pile of troubles can crush me to death. When Zhou has something to do, he feels that he has too much happiness. Zhou also responds to the changes in the farm with the same attitude. He doesn't ask too much, and lets them find a reason for Zhou. It will be easier for him to say it at that time. So Zhou plans to go to San Francisco for farm matters after he is busy with the experimental field and grafting. Get the game done first. Then it's probably time for my godmother's birthday, so I will take a flight directly from San Francisco to Seoul, South Korea. There is no need to transfer or anything, and it is tiring to run 2 or 3 more times. Zhou plans to say hello to Atwood today and take a look at how 1K and the others are doing now. I haven't seen them for a few days. I was thinking strangely, I don't know if I have lost weight, but when I think of the fatness of the 3 dogs, it's better to lose weight. I called Atwood and knew that he was in the office now, and the puppies were also staying there. Zhou rode Zufeng and took Seiya over. 1K and the others saw Zhou from a distance, and they roared wildly, as if they saw a bone, and ran towards Zhou. Seeing the 3 dogs running over, Zhou also got off the horse. He opened his hands and waited for them to come. Although Wanfu was a little inconspicuous, he was the fastest among the 3. When he ran to Zhou's side, he was already 3 body lengths ahead of 1K and Wanshao. Zhou was also very happy to see the puppies running over, scratching this and scratching that. He also pretended to take snacks from his pocket and took out some things in the space to feed them. The 3 Tibetan Masters also surrounded Zhou and licked his palm from time to time. Haha, I haven't been around recently, so I didn't know how you guys were eating. Be quiet so I can see if you've lost weight. Zhou muttered to the little guys with a bit of heartache. Seiyan on his shoulder also ran down. He came to 1K and the others and interacted with them. When 1K saw Wanshao licking Zhou, he got a little dishonest. He looked at Zhou carefully, pretending to be nothing, and followed Zhou around. Then when he saw Zhou not paying attention, he wanted to pounce on his face. Zhao Jixi had noticed 1K a long time ago, and he was a little absent-minded beside him, so he knew he was up to something bad. Considering that he usually liked to lick his face the most, he knew what he was planning. So he started to guard against him a long time ago. He forgot the lesson he had just taught him last time, so he must teach him a memorable lesson this time. Zhao Jixi made up his mind before 1K's attack, and now he was waiting for him to do something bad. As expected, 1K wagged his tail and moved closer to Zhao Jixi the moment Zhao Jixi pretended to be distracted. He suddenly licked Zhao Jixi's face, but Zhao Jixi, who was well prepared, didn't expect to fall for it. He dodged it with a shake of his head. Then he looked at 1K with a smirk on his face. Then Atwood could hear 1K's miserable whimpering in the office. After playing with the little guys for a while, Zhao Jixi walked into Atwood's office. "Hey, boss, how come you have time to come here today?" Atwood stood up and said to Zhao Jixi with a smile. Zhao Jixi took 2 steps forward, pulled out a chair in front of the desk and sat down. He said to Atwood, "Come and see the puppies. I'll tell you something. How are they? Did they cause you any trouble?" "How could that be? The little guys are very cute and helped me a lot. They are all very smart. Except for being a little fat. Everything else is great," Atwood said, but his hands and feet did not stop. He walked to the side and got a cup of coffee for Zhao Jixi. "Thank you," Zhao Jixi said. "That's good. I have to go to San Francisco tomorrow. They will need your care. I think we should ask a trainer to come and train them well." "Haha, boss, I'm a cowboy. I can train these dogs. And I like them very much. These little things will definitely be good cattle dogs," Atwood said. Zhao Jixi pondered for a moment. "Well, that's good. But it doesn't matter whether I can herd cattle or not. I just want them to lose fat." "Don't worry, boss. As long as 1K and the others exercise more, they will definitely lose weight." "Okay, but I may be away for a long time this time, so you need to take care of the farm and the dogs. And Sayan also needs you to take care of him, but he is also very easy to take care of." Zhao Jixi felt his face a little red after he said that. As he was talking, he remembered that it seemed that Atwood was usually in charge of the farm. Apart from checking the accounts and approving money, he really didn't have anything to do here. Atwood didn't notice that Zhao Jixi was wrong. After all, he was the manager of the farm. Those things were what he needed to do, and he was very happy that the boss could delegate power to him like old man Bud. He was full of energy. "Don't worry, boss, I will do everything," Atwood assured confidently. "Okay, that's it. I'll take 1K away today, and I'll send them and say I to you tomorrow." Zhao Jixi finished his coffee in one breath and got up. "Okay, boss." Atwood came out and sent Zhao Jixi to the door. That night, Zhao Jixi took the dogs home and gave them a good meal. The little guys all had round stomachs after eating. They were lazily lying on the ground digesting. The next day, after giving instructions, Zhao Jixi carried the small bag by himself and Alan drove him to the airport. After an hour or so flight, they arrived at San Francisco airport. He wore a hat, a pair of sunglasses on his face, and a small backpack on his shoulders. He was wearing a plaid shirt and a bracelet made of several plants in the space that the little fairies woven when they were bored. It also exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel comfortable. He wore a pair of jeans on his lower body and Nike sneakers that he bought together. A casual outfit, but when Zhao Jixi put it on, he looked like a luminous body, extremely attractive to women. Healthy skin, tall and strong body, handsome face and facial features, no matter which one, they were also perfect. So it was no accident that Zhao Jixi liked to look in the mirror in this life. Most of his narcissistic words were his true feelings. In this life, with the help of space, the whole person seemed to have a second development and evolved again. He looked better on the original basis. Dale saw this person at a distance. Although he didn't have an obvious aura, his handsome appearance still attracted a lot of attention. The female fans at the scene took a photo or two with their mobile phones. He looked like a star, and Dale couldn't help but notice it. Zhao Jixi's 5 senses were more sensitive, so he could see the little movements of the women around him clearly. He was very proud of himself in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent and did what he should do. "I'm getting more and more handsome recently," The young ladies around me are all shocked by my handsomeness. Seobeo thought, tightening the backpack on his shoulders. He concealed his pride. He looked around and suddenly smiled at a pretty girl, exuding charm. Zhou Yeo, don't worry, I won't give up. I've been revising the manuscript these 2 days. There are really some problems with the previous part. I listened to the opinions and plan to revise it. A major revision is not possible. I'll just read it again and correct the typos. But I think you've all read it, so you might as well read the rest. I won't revise it today. I'll talk about it when I'm free. Now I have to make up for the debt. It's so sad. Chapter 66, Eating Delicious Food. Hey, Dale. Zhao Jixi walked over and gave Dale a bear hug. Seeing Zhao Jixi's enthusiasm, Dale also opened his arms, but he always felt that he had forgotten something. It was not until he hugged Zhao Jixi that Dale's voice immediately rose high and shouted, "Let go, let go, let go of me, Jess, I can't breathe." Dale said in a muffled voice. Zhao Jixi only reacted after hearing his voice. Damn, this kid is not Mark. Last time that kid wanted to play a trick on him, he gave him a bear hug. This time he was really happy to see Dale, but he didn't notice that he used too much force. It's all because of these foreigners. They all look the same. Dale's hairstyle is similar to Mark. This aroused the subconscious in my brain. Zhao Jixi quickly let go of him and said awkwardly, haha, haha, Dale, I'm sorry, I'm too happy. So, you know, right? Dale took a few deep breaths and straightened his wrinkled suit. With a wry smile on his face, he said to Zhao Jixi, Mark told me to be careful before I came here, but I didn't expect that I was still not as quick as you in reaction. Just now, something in my mind seemed to remind me, but I didn't pay attention to it, and I got unlucky. Zhao Jixi followed with a dry laugh and quickly defended himself with a thick face. Dal, you should eat more in the future. You are so thin, and I just hugged you, and you became like this. Hearing Zhao Jixi's words, Dale looked at the man in front of him with contempt. He was 1.8 meters tall, and his body was full of muscles. There were also several small mice in several key parts. Zhao Jixi said that he was thin. How shameless he had to be to say that. Jess, can you be more shameless? Haha. Haha, it should be, or, maybe, in theory, I can. Really? Zhao Jixi laughed dryly and decided to continue to be shameless. After hearing such unruly words, Dale could only be speechless. Okay, I defeated you. Dale said with his hand on his forehead. Okay, let's go. How about I treat you to a meal? You choose the restaurant. Okay, let's go. I've been waiting for you, and I'm almost starving. I just had a hamburger on the way. Dale regained his spirits at once. Dal, you're no less shameless than me. I was just kidding. Zhao Jixi said with a sly smile. He pulled his collar and looked at Zhao Jixi seriously. I'm not kidding. Let's go, man. If you still want to see those people. After saying that, he turned around and walked out proudly. Zhao Jixi was stunned for a moment and immediately chased after him. Dal, you are threatening. You are threatening. I, Zhao Jixi, will not compromise. I will not compromise. He ran all the way, still saying it. Riet, Washington Street, is an ordinary 2-story building. It is easy to miss it if you are not careful when driving. The small advertising signs on the roadside are not visible at all. Although the outside is ordinary, it is often a different world once you go in. The guests are full, the lights are warm, the glasses of wine are swaying, the clothes are gorgeous, and the ladies who usher in the seats are smiling, elegant and polite. After confirming the location, they will properly arrange the guests to sit. Zhao Jixi followed Dale to this restaurant in a daze. On the way, he complained to Dale from time to time. He said that it was not necessary to run so far for a meal. Even if he wanted to rip himself off, he should choose a prosperous place. In the restaurant, Dale looked at the menu and said to Zhao Jixi, Jess, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss by bringing you here. Zhao Jixi curled his lips in disdain. You chose the restaurant yourself. As for how much money you spent, I will pay it in the end. Look at you. You are as arrogant as our upside down cow. The waiter next to him heard the conversation between the two and smiled secretly. But the secret was still seen by Zhao Jixi. Jess, this is a nationally recognized, top restaurant in San Francisco. To dine here, you have to make a reservation 2 months in advance. Dale explained to Zhou. This French Laundry? You have to make a reservation 2 months in advance. Oh my god. Dale, your taste is really extraordinary. Zhou looked at this restaurant. It was quite ordinary. Is this a top restaurant? It's different from what I imagined. Dale also noticed Zhou's doubts, but he didn't plan to explain to him now. Jess, after you eat their food, you will understand. I don't know if it's worth wasting a reservation for you. Zhou directly chose to ignore Dale's words. Okay, I can't wait. Serve the food quickly. He picked up the knife and fork on the table and said to Dale with an anxious look. With a wry smile, okay, as you wish. After hearing Zhou's words, Dale told the waiter that he hoped they would serve the food as soon as possible. Oh, and that, you asked them to serve 5 servings. Zhou said a little embarrassedly. Oh, Dale suddenly remembered that the young rich man in front of him, in addition to being rich, also had a big stomach. Sorry, Jess. I forgot just now. I'm really sorry. Zhou looked at Dale, who was apologizing, and his face suddenly smiled, but the smile was a bit mean. Dale, since you want to apologize and feel embarrassed, then you can treat me to this meal. That will definitely make up for my injured heart. Dale's face fell when he heard it. Forget it. I know you are very strong inside. Sometimes getting hurt can also exercise your heart. Zhou could only sigh with disappointment, while Dale was secretly happy that he had won back a game. In fact, the two of them were not short of money, so why would they resort to tricks for a meal? The purpose was simple, that is, to use this incident to enhance communication. Because such a fight between friends is not the most interesting, the two of them also jumped in this direction. Zhou likes to play around with others to enhance the relationship, but with his IQ, he only has this 3-pronged trick. Basically, the few foreigners around him seem to have used this trick, and this is based on the fact that they all want to make friends with Zhou. And Al has obviously studied Zhou, and his routine is not strange, so it is much easier to communicate. So as long as you follow Zhou's rhythm and appropriately show some of your differences, you will definitely leave a deep impression on Zhou. Obviously he succeeded. Zhou felt that this person was quite to his taste, and felt that he could make friends with this person. At this time, what Zhou needed was friends, so that he would not seem lonely in this strange country. No matter what his purpose is, at least as long as there is no conflict of interest with him, the friendship between the two will slowly settle down and become thicker and thicker. How far it will go in the future depends on God, and who can know what will happen in the future. Soon the first appetizer was served, which was broccoli juice with California sturgeon caviar. Zhou looked at the food in front of him. It looked good and smelled good. He scooped it up and took a bite. The small particles of caviar rolled between his lips, and the delicious taste of the light bite made his taste buds instantly feel a taste of happiness. It was really delicious. Although it was inferior to the ingredients in the space, the chef's superb skills made it bring out the most essential taste of the ingredients. This was something Zhou couldn't do. He just took advantage of the good ingredients, so the food he made was delicious. However, he didn't dig out all the advantages of the ingredients. There were not many things, but fortunately Zhou still had 4 servings, so it was very enjoyable to eat. Dale was a little jealous watching from the side, because there were several more dishes later, so he couldn't eat too much on one dish, otherwise he would be full. How could he taste the different delicacies later? Dale, so sometimes jealousy, really, a little hurtful to the stomach. Don't be too upset, this is a talent, Zhou proudly picked up a portion and started eating. Dale looked at him. I don't know who was there just now. Embarrassed? Chapter 66 Eating delicious food. Moreover, if you were in an era without food, you would definitely be a very overweight burden. The words were very contemptuous. Zhou shrugged. I still think you are jealous of me, and this is also a fact. After saying that, under Dale's somewhat dazzling eyes, he took another bite beautifully. Isena is served with top quality foie gras sauce, and is paired with roasted crispy toast and 3 different salts. The fresh foie gras sauce has an extremely smooth texture, melting in the mouth like butter, and it tastes simply amazing. Immediately afterwards, an organic salad was served. Zhou took a bite and the taste was just average. But if it is not compared with the vegetables in the space, it is very good. Dale saw that Zhou looked a little unhappy when he ate this. This is organic vegetables produced by the restaurant's own farm. Doesn't it taste good? Haha, it tastes good to you, but don't forget, I also have a farm, and the vegetables there definitely taste better than this, so you know. Dole thought Zhou was joking with him again. Jess, you'll die if you don't brag. This is the best salad I've ever eaten. That's because you haven't eaten anything from my farm. If you have, you'll feel different. Zhou was not angry, but said to him confidently, forget it, I still have an apple here. From my farm, you try it, and you'll know how it tastes. Zhou pretended to take out an apple from his backpack, and handed it to Dal. This kind of apple is the kind that Zhou is currently growing on his farm, but there is no fruit on the farm yet. But the ones in the space have already been full of fruit. Chapter 67, A History of Blood and Tears. Dale took the apple from Zhou with doubt, took a bite, and the juice and fragrance filled his mouth. And the wonderful feeling came from his taste buds. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately pouted with his alveoli, and couldn't wait to take a second bite. Then, he didn't say a word until he finished eating the apple, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. His tongue kept smacking. Aftertaste. Jess, it's really very good, very good apple. Dale said several very good. His expression was a little excited. The taste of this apple really stimulated him, and it hit his taste buds at once. After a wonderful meal with Dale, the two began to eat dessert and chat casually. Jess, I have made an appointment with them. If you think it's okay, we can go meet them. There is also another game company that I have found for you. You can refer to it. Dale put away the frivolousness when they met, took a sip of red wine, and said to Zhou with a serious look. But, thank you very much, Dale. You really helped me a lot. Zhou was excited. Come on, Dale. Let me have a drink with you. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses and drank from each other. But Jess, I have already found the people for you, but you still have to see for yourself whether they are suitable or not. I'm not too familiar with them. So, Dale gestured with his palm and said half of his words. Zhou also understood what he meant, knowing that it was up to him to decide whether these people were suitable or not, and he did not need to consider his feelings. Okay Dale, I really want to thank you. Let's drink some more. Anyway, we have already drunk. Let's find a driver later. Okay, no problem. Afternoon. Ram, do you think that Dale is real? The young man looked a little nervous, and he was worried about gains and losses. After taking a sip of wine, he said to a man in his 30s, who was sitting opposite him, and dressed a little sloppily, Decathlon, I have inquired about Dale these days. He is the co-founder and product manager of a software company. He is a powerful guy, and he also knows a lot of rich people. Of course, his father's influence may have played a role, but he also has connections with several giants. He said that a friend asked him for help this time. I suspect that his friend may be a rich man. Ram said to Decathlon with relief. Really? Man, you have to know that this is my last chance. I found a job, joined the company, and the company went bankrupt. Time and time again, I didn't get much money, and there is no money in my bank account. Now my girlfriend is about to break up with me. If it doesn't work this time, I can only go to Hammer Nails. Decathlon looked a little haggard, and his eyes could not hide the hesitation. Decathlon, you are still doing construction like this. You should just make games. Although it is difficult to find a job in the current economic crisis, as long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed one day. And you are still young, right? Ram still has a good impression of this young man. He came here from the UK alone to find a girlfriend. She is serious about her relationship and works hard. She has been following him since the beginning. Ram feels a little guilty about him. She has not been able to bring good luck to him and herself. It is unlucky for him to follow her. Zhou and Al walked into a cafe on California Street in San Francisco. After the two of them finished their meal and took a rest, they went to this cafe. This is also the place where they met with Dal and the place where the team chose to meet. During the meal, Dal had told him their basic information and what he knew. But they will have 2 representatives this time. They come mainly to meet with you to see if you really have that intention. Zhou was a little depressed after hearing this. At that time, you could meet a team when you had a drink, but now you only have 2 people. It's too disrespectful. Fortunately, Dal didn't know what Zhou was thinking. It was the last dinner for them. Everyone who should and shouldn't come came, except the boss who ran away. What about the others? Meet them all at once. If there are no problems on my side, I don't mind signing a contract with them now. Thinking of the problem, Zhou asked it in a different way. Dale looked at him speechlessly, which made Zhou a little confused. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing that he hadn't figured out the crux of the problem, Dale had to explain to him. After the company was dissolved, they were scattered in different places, and it was very troublesome to go back and forth. And they also need to worry about rent and food at this time. How can they come here one by one? What's more, they don't know whether you will sign or not. Just because of my words, they come here eagerly. If you don't get a job opportunity, it will be a waste of opportunity. It's good to have a job in the current economic situation. If they leave, they don't know whether the job is still theirs. Zhou's face flushed after hearing Dale's explanation. He seemed to have become a prince in the castle at this moment, so ignorant and terrible. It's just like an ancient emperor of the Celestial Empire who told the disaster victims to eat meat when they had no food to eat. Although it's not that serious, it's the same thing. He suppressed his thoughts and thought about it. It's good to comfort himself. After all, he is obviously on a different level from them now. In his previous life, he had to worry about food and clothing, but in this life, he obviously doesn't need to worry about these things. He just needs to enjoy life. As for the hardships of the American people and other things, it's really none of his business. In a word, as long as it doesn't hinder me from making money and enjoying myself, it's fine. Based on the principle of burning together, Zhou also wants to attack Dale. Dal, I remember your father was also very rich. He was also a rich second generation. I didn't expect you to know a lot about these things. Did you have a Cinderella? Zhou thought about it and decided to direct the fire to Dale. Speaking of this topic, Dale was really proud. I used to earn my own tuition fees, and my family only provided me with basic living expenses. What could I do with that little money at that time? I had to go out to work. Otherwise, I had to go out to the open air to do activities with women. So I still have a deep understanding of bread and life. When seeing Zhou's somewhat unexpected eyes looking at him, Dale couldn't help but feel proud of himself. What Zhou actually thought was that this guy was originally here to have sex. No wonder he was so determined. Also, as a businessman, I obviously have to understand the market environment and these obvious social problems. I obviously have to understand them. I don't want to worry about your excessive capital like you, Jess. Speaking of the problem of American children living alone, Zhou was envious when he was a child. He would get pocket money by delivering newspapers and washing pots and bowls. Zhou, who was watching on TV, was very jealous, but when he wanted to imitate, he realized that TV was different from reality. He didn't see the beauty in his ideal, but he was slapped hard by reality. He was washing dishes at home, but not only did he not get paid, he was also scolded by his mother. She said he was nosy and did this useless job instead of studying hard. His task was to study hard. He didn't need to do any other logistical work. So Zhou's bad habits were formed when he was a child. If he hadn't lived alone for a period of time, he might not have learned these logistical work. And delivering newspapers, let alone, it was a history of hard work. At that time, a bunch of uncles and aunts depended on this for their livelihood. Zhou was still thinking about how to snatch this job from these aunts. He really did it, and organized a few childhood friends and cousins. He really did it, but these uncles and aunts didn't want to do it. Their jobs were snatched by these little guys. What would the whole family eat in the future? Later, this matter became a big deal, and the community and the government also took care of these people at the bottom of society, so Zhou's plan was declared bankrupt under the power. Zhou Jixi also did a lot of other things, good and bad, but they were all just naughty kid messing around. In a society dominated by Ren, Zhou Jixi was hit hard, and later he didn't care about books anymore. In fact, it was all nonsense, but he still thought he had the talent for business, and the only thing he succeeded in was the newspaper business, which was still good luck. Thinking about it, it was all a basket of blood and tears, and his heart was hurt. A bitter smile appeared on his face, thinking about the happy days now. God's love for me is still very deep, isn't it? Haha. The two chatted and walked into the cafe, and noticed the two people sitting on the table on the right at a glance. Zhou Jixi looked at Dal with his eyes and asked. Dal gave a positive nod, indicating that these were the two people. Decathlon sat in a position where he could see the door, so he saw the two people who came in at a glance. One of them was Dal, who greeted them that day, and now there was a young oriental man beside him. Could it be this guy? He's too young. Well, only young people like games. I wonder how much he can offer. With these random thoughts in his mind, he quickly kicked Ram, who was still in a daze. Feeling the movement under his feet, Ram immediately looked at Decathlon and saw him secretly pointing at the door with his eyes. His mind suddenly shuddered, knowing that his new boss was coming, and he turned around and saw two people. Chapter 68 Meeting. Hey, Ram, Decathlon, I'm not late. Dale saw that people were looking at him, so he walked a few steps closer and started to greet him. He looked down at his watch and said, I don't think I'm late. No, we came early. Anyway, there's nothing to do now, so it's good to sit here. Ram hurriedly explained to Dale. Jess, this is the Ram I told you about. Turning to introduce Jess, he said, Ram, this is Jess, and he may be your boss in the future. Zhou Jixi looked at this person. He was in his 30s. In fact, he didn't look bad. He felt the same. It's just that, when I looked at the information, I already knew his age, so now my subjective consciousness also concluded that he was in his 30s. He looked a little down and out, but it was obvious that he had taken special care when he came out today. But the fatigue and hesitation in his eyes were still not enough. Like many unemployed people now, he looked depressed. America is not a paradise after all. Look at what this little guy has done. Zhou Jixi sighed in his heart. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Jess Zhou. You can call me Jess or Zhou. Zhou Jixi shook hands with Ram. Darayao then introduced Decathlon to them, and they got to know each other. Ram and Decathlon were a little nervous. After all, this opportunity was very important to them, and the members they represented. A stable job is a very stress-relieving source for them who are still burdened with mortgages and car loans. I won't say much nonsense. I came here today mainly to confirm whether you meet my requirements. Originally, I meant to buy directly and then start to eliminate unqualified ones. But Deraya recommended you to me. I don't know how you attracted this guy, but at least you haven't attracted me yet. Zhou Jixi gave them a very straightforward blow. Decathlon heard what Zhou Jixi said, and just as he was about to say something, Ram secretly pulled him. But, I will give you a chance to prove your worth to me. As the saying goes in my hometown, whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out and see. This way, we can know the result. Zhou Jixi said with some high spirits. When watching TV in the past, the boss who gave orders was the one he envied the most. Putting people under great pressure, and then saying, but, how awesome. For you, I want to say, sir, your coffee. The waiter stood by for a while, and saw that Zhou Jixi was still talking, but he didn't care, so he interrupted Zhou Jixi, who was still trying to continue talking, and felt depressed. Why is this guy so blind? How did he get by? Don't expect tips later. I'm in a bad mood. As Zhou Jixi became rich, he would occasionally get crazy about some small things. He didn't suppress this thing too much, but he would pay attention to some details for some people he thought were good. Zhou Jixi was unhappy and stopped Dale, who wanted to tip, with his eyes, and just sat there and stared at them. He left the waiter who wanted to tip there, but fortunately this is also a mid to high-end coffee shop, and the waiter didn't get bored when he saw this. In this process, several people also saw Zhou Jixi's performance. They were a little speechless about Zhou Jixi's childish performance. However, the two who might be under this boss in the future knew a taboo of the boss. That is, don't interrupt him when he is talking, otherwise he will definitely make things difficult for you. As for how big the radiation range is, they don't know. Anyway, they must remember this when they eat under Zhaojixi in the future. Dale looked at him with some amusement. Okay, I also have a little temper. Is it worth your surprise? I didn't notice it before, but now I notice it. Okay, I won't talk to you about this. Let's talk about business. Zhaojixi looked at Dale with a funny face and quickly ended the topic. He cleared his throat with two coughs. He was about to start talking, but suddenly forgot what he was talking about. The people at the table were still waiting. Where was I just talking about? Zhaojixi held it in for a long time, and they waited for a long time, and finally he blurted out such a sentence. Mr. Jess is talking about us. Ram said quickly. This kid is not bad. He listened carefully, which shows that he has the attitude. He is a good seedling. Seeing that there are students who listen carefully, Zhaojixi is very happy. A smile appeared on his face. Okay, Ram, you are good. I like your attitude. I decided to give you a chance. You can worry about your team members. Ram and Decathlon were a little confused. That's it. The work of more than a dozen people was also solved. Then should I call you boss from now on? Yes, as long as you are not too bad. I think you can still call this title for a long time. Zhaojixi said to Ram, who was a little shocked. After the few people discussed the basic treatment, Zhaojixi asked to find their former team members as soon as possible. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't come. As long as there was a structure, they could recruit people at any time. After talking for a long time, Zhaojixi left with Dal. In the hotel room at night, Zhaojixi was chatting with his accountant. Lawyer Harvey also came to the scene. Zhaoji didn't come because he had something to be responsible for. Tomorrow, you just need to help me review this company. If you think there is no problem, I will pay the check immediately. Solve the matter as soon as possible. Sitting on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, he said to Harvey and David. Okay, boss, I can help you with this little job tomorrow. Harvey also said confidently. Zhaojixi was very satisfied with Harvey's answer. Now he needs such efficient subordinates. He is a little lazy. If his subordinates are not efficient, then he will continue to do things this way in the future. Since the matter has been decided, let's make a quick decision. The next day, Zhaojixi brought a group of people to the game company introduced by Dal. The company is not big, and it has made many games in the past, but its profitability has never been good. It has finally reached a point where it can no longer support itself, and the company boss does not want to lose money here anymore, so he decided to cut off this piece of rotten meat. But the employees inside refuse to do it. It is difficult to find a job now, and the economic environment is not good. What will happen to their wives and children after they lose their jobs? So, they generally started to make a fuss. The boss is not allowed to sell the equipment, and the boss is not allowed to close the company. A group of people also formed a negotiation team to negotiate with the boss, hoping to exchange their wages for shares, so that the boss will not close the company. But for this thing, that really has no future, the boss Claw would not continue to do it. Just when he was in a state of panic, he met Dal. The two hit it off, but Dal was not the person in charge after all, so the two just talked briefly. Today, after Zhaojixi came, it was considered a formal negotiation. Inside the game company at this time, everyone in the company was very nervous. Since Claw announced a few days ago that someone was going to take over the company, the employees began to feel a little anxious. The lower level employees are better. After all, they make up the majority of the staff. Even if the new boss comes and needs to do some liquidation, there is little chance that they will be killed. The middle level employees are a little nervous, let alone the senior employees. The company has become like this. It would be strange if they can still be there. Zhaojixi and a large group of people came to this game company. In addition to Zhaojixi's regular team members, Ram, Decathlon and a dozen of their team members also followed. Claw, this is Zhaojixi. Jess, this is Mr. Claw, the boss of this company. Darby and others introduced. Hello. Several people introduced without nutrition. Zhaojixi actually didn't care about this at all. A slightly fat and bald middle-aged man. In his eyes, this is just a supporting role. Why bother to say hello to them? Annoying. Claw also saw that Zhou mind was not on him, so he didn't say much. The most important thing now was to get rid of this burden, otherwise he would annoy the 20 or so employees in the company. Surrounded by people, Zhou walked into the office and looked around. The environment was so-so. There was also a strange smell, which made Zhou sneeze continuously. The others who followed him also frowned. Claw smiled awkwardly. I heard that you were coming yesterday, so I did some special cleaning. It may be some residual disinfectant sprayed, and the smell has not disappeared yet. Although Zhou felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't say anything. He just told Ram to observe it, and then he walked into the office and sat down. Claw also accompanied him. It's well ventilated here, and there's no smell. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhou. It's okay. It's fine here. I won't go out for things outside. My team members think there's no problem, so we can sign the contract. Zhou was a little depressed. It was just this time that he encountered such a bad time. Was it because they were unlucky, or was it because they had bad character? Oh, haha. For a moment, no one spoke in the office. Only Zhou was still thinking in his heart. With just his communication skills, it would be strange if the company didn't go bankrupt. You didn't even handle such an important matter when I came here. If you can't even handle this small matter, what you see you? Zhou asked for support. A small Korean plot is about to start. Do you have any requests? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Buying and Poaching. It was originally a happy thing, but the environment here was destroyed. This also made this place leave a bad impression on Zhou. Lunch was eaten casually in the office. Zhou ate 4 pizzas by himself. Those who just met him were surprised. But now he has become immune to such eyes around him. Compared with getting a good body, this little problem of being able to eat is still acceptable. After a hasty lunch, he did what he should do. Only Zhou was idle there. Claw had seen that Zhou had no intention of paying attention to him, so he didn't join in the fun and directly communicated with Avram's people outside. The review of the account equipment and employee contracts was over, and a large group of people also spent a day on it. Zhou himself couldn't help, so he took out his Angry Birds file and started to improve it. This was considered to be a way to pass the time. At this time, both parties in the office had sat down, and now they mainly started to negotiate the employee contracts. At this time, it was finally Zhou's turn to speak. I'll just say one thing, it's very simple. The rest doesn't matter, but all the senior executives of the marketing and creative departments in the company, get out. If they can lead such a company to this state, then there is no need to say anything more about them. Okay, you can start the negotiation according to this tone. Zhou suddenly became domineering at this time. But it really worked. The group of people brought by Ram was shocked. It didn't take long to basically reach an agreement, and the union was also explained. Zhou just had to write a check. There was really nothing to discuss. Basically, he was buying this company with the money for buying equipment, but this company also had some game copyrights. Zhou didn't want it at first. He just wanted to develop the bird, and then he could develop around it in the next few years. But Harvey secretly discussed the issue of background with Zhou, and said that these things didn't cost much money, so he thought it didn't matter. Soon the matter was settled, which made Zhou feel a bit anticlimactic. He had done it so carefully, but he didn't expect the ending to be so simple. In total, he spent more than $2 million to buy it. At this moment, after signing the contract and paying the check, this game company belonged to Zhou. It's mine. Zhou looked around and clenched his hands vigorously. The next thing was easy to handle. Zhou's people took over the company and then announced the list of people who left and signed new contracts with the employees who stayed. These were divided into 2 days. Zhou had only one requirement, that is, a quick battle and a quick decision. Zhou team was full of members who were known for their speed. After 2 days, Zhou could sit in the cleaned office for a meeting. In the meeting room, looking at the rows of employees working and standing, Zhou laughed, and he suddenly felt that it was really good to be noticed, especially for those employees under his control. It was an indescribable feeling. Looking at the high-pitched eyes, Zhou felt proud. When had he ever enjoyed such attention in his previous life? He had lived a decent life in this life. Hello everyone, I'm your boss, Zhou. I believe everyone has seen me. Of course, if you don't know me, I guess you all know me now. You don't have to worry about the problem of work in the future. I can guarantee this. I have a plan here. Decathlon, please distribute the information. Decathlon distributed the information that had been printed in the past 2 days. These are your future work. I ask you to make it for me. I will open funds for this project. The only requirement is to be quick. If you are short of people, I will recruit people. If you are short of money, I will give money. Zhou stood on the podium and looked at his employees confidently. He raised a finger in his hand. For me, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Zhou was rarely domineering. The people below, who were facing the crisis of unemployment a few days ago, suddenly became excited. A rich boss is undoubtedly a safe guarantee for them. Everyone applauded excitedly. The conference room was suddenly filled with applause, and Decathlon wiped his tears from time to time. He was the most unlucky one, and almost all his journeys ended in failure. When he was with Ram in that company, it was either bankruptcy or an accident. Nothing went smoothly. This time, he had a rich boss, and he was the happiest. As Ram was the first to join him, Zhou appointed him as the chief director of the company's development department. The work of developing games was under his charge. Zhou also talked to him about his creativity these 2 days, and he understood it most deeply. So Zhou also liked him very much. Several other departments have already started to recruit people publicly. Zhou himself will take the position of CEO of the company. At the same time, he is also the creative director and the producer of the game. But this is a burden for him. He just wants to fatten up the bird and may have to sell it in the future. How can he spend so much time managing this? At first, he thought it was very pretentious to print these titles on his business card just to satisfy his addiction. But if he really had to do this in a down-to-earth manner, how could he bear it? But fortunately, he had already contacted the headhunting company and was ready to start poaching people. After staying there for less than 2 days, Zhou couldn't stand it anymore. Not to mention that there was no beauty in his company. It was full of jeeks. It was really boring to stay here. If it hadn't just been opened and the main personnel hadn't been found, he wouldn't have bothered to take charge of it. In the afternoon, it was still a cafe. Zhou was going to meet the people poached by the headhunting company here. He had already read the information when he came, and his information was good. He started out as a software salesman and was promoted to vice president step by step. He was very good at product value development. Zhou was attracted by his ability. He didn't need him to do anything about product development. What he wanted was to dig out all the value of Angry Birds. Revere did a very good job in the previous life, but they haven't reached the extreme yet, and Zhou wanted to develop it to the extreme. So such an executive president was needed. Walking into this cafe, it was still so comfortable and elegant, with soft music playing in the store. There were not many people in the store at this time, so Zhou saw Andy at a glance. He walked over slowly. "Hello, you are Mr. Andy." Andy looked up when he heard Zhou's voice. Isn't this the boss he wants to meet? He quickly stood up and said, hello, I'm Andy. I'm Zhou. Haha, don't you want to ask me to sit down? Zhou joked with him. Andy laughed, and in just a moment, he completely reacted. As expected of a sales background, he treats people and does things very well, always giving Zhou a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Sorry please. What would you like to drink? A cup of coffee. I have read your information, and I'm very satisfied with your resume, but I can't give you your current company salary for the time being, which is very bad for our company's salary structure. On the way here, Zhou wanted to agree, but Harvey reminded him that this person's salary was too high and would affect the company's salary structure. and we are just a new company. Why did you choose us? This is also Zhou question on the way. Although he knows that this game company should be successful, others don't know it. Mr. Zhou, I can lower my salary requirements, but I hope to get some original shares as subsidies after I make achievements. I can agree to this, but I'm very confident in this new project, so I won't give you too many shares. I will give you 1% of the original shares, and I will gradually increase them according to the company's performance in the future. But it will never exceed 3%. And if you leave for personal reasons, I have the right to take back the shares. Zhou stared at Andy, trying to show the domineering in the TV series. Okay, there are many personal reasons for choosing your company. I don't want to answer, but I will definitely not affect my future work. Andy said with a slightly complicated expression. Seeing Andy's bird-like look, Zhou knew that he might have suffered an emotional blow. But Zhou didn't want to ask more about these personal matters. Now he just needs to recruit a qualified CEO to pull himself out of this pile of things. The two of them were also thoughtful and then talked about some treatment and power. Andy was satisfied, and Zhou was also satisfied with the result. Well, Andy, welcome to join the company. Zhou smiled and shook hands with him. Thank you, Zhou. No. Thank you, boss. Andy was a little dazed at first, but he reacted immediately, and the following words immediately changed to boss. The next day, Andy came to the game company and signed a contract with Zhou. He also took office casually. Zhou was liberated at this moment, and he would basically handle the company's affairs in the future. He was now just a creative director and a game producer. However, after recruiting new staff, Zhou would also quit these temporary positions and only retain the highest title of company boss. This Andy was still very qualified, and he showed his professional quality on the first day of taking office. He reviewed and approved a lot of messy documents handled by Zhou. Zhou felt embarrassed watching from the side and rejected and replaced a lot of documents. However, Andy admired Zhou very much for the bird's creativity. Chapter 70, Phone Call Before Returning Home. Zhou smiled and said to Andy, holding Andy's hands with both hands. He pretended to be very excited. Andy didn't think it was a big deal at first, but as he held on, he felt, boss, your idea is really great. Although I haven't seen the game yet, from the perfect settings of the game and the innovative effects inside, I think it is very playable. Andy has seen the most important project in the company and immediately admired Zhou. I knew this thing was good, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of pirating it. Really? Haha, I knew it was a great idea, although many people have said so. But Andy, I'm very happy that you can say that. It was a bit strange for two men to hold each other like this. Really, this is definitely a great idea, but boss, can you let go of my hand? Andy tried to get his hand free, but Zhou's hand was strong to begin with, and he was a little excited at this time, so he used a lot of force, and Andy's little strength was impossible to break free. Ah. What? I'm sorry. Zhou knew that he had a strong hand, and he didn't know if he hurt him when he pinched him excitedly. He quickly let go of Andy's hand. Let me see if he's okay. He was afraid that he would bruise him, so he quickly pulled Andy's arm in front of his eyes to take a look. At this time, no one knocked on the door, and someone opened the door and came in. The person who came in was the newly hired secretary. At a glance, she saw her boss, and the company's CEO was making out. She was stunned for a moment, and her mind was a little empty at this time. After seeing the girl's strange eyes, the two reacted at once. Ah. Zhou quickly shook off Andy's hand, turned to the secretary and said, what you see is not true. He and I are not in that kind of relationship. The secretary also nodded to the sky with a confused look on her face, to show that she understood. At this time, Andy also said, sorry I don't care what you think. I will only say it once now. I don't want to hear any other rumors in the company, understand? The little girl nodded quickly at this time, looking much more sober than before, and her little face suddenly became nervous. Although Andy didn't say anything harsh, what she thought in her heart was that she had discovered the secret of the two big guys. This can make her not nervous, seeing that the two people in front of her are still looking at her. The little girl seemed to have suffered some grievances, with tears in her eyes, and pursed her lips. I won't tell anyone, really. At this time, her voice was already a little crying. Seeing the look of this little girl, Zhou felt terrible. What kind of thing is this? Seeing her like this, he really thought that the two of them had something going on, and now they are threatening her. But just when she was about to say something, she gave Andy a look to stop her. Andy gave him a calming look, indicating that he would handle it. Andy walked to the little girl and talked to her softly. The little girl wiped her tears, packed her things, and said hello to Zhou before walking out. Andy, what did you tell her? Zhou asked with a questioning look on his face. Boss, this is a secret. Andy smiled mysteriously. Okay, I don't need to ask about your secret, but aren't American girls all strong and cheerful? Zhou was caught off guard by this girl. Like a child who hasn't been weaned, she drools all the time. Boss, she was raised in a traditional family. Did you see a chastity ring on her finger? Andy said. Chastity ring? Does it mean she's still a virgin? Zhou said excitedly, with a hint of vulgarity on his face. Andy looked at his boss speechlessly for a while, thinking that it was a bit of a waste for the boss's handsome face to grow on him. Yes, boss, that's what I mean. Zhou was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhou picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. He made an apologetic expression to Andy. Sorry, my mother called, I'll answer it. Andy nodded to show that he understood and made a gesture of invitation. It's okay, boss, you go ahead, I'll be fine in a while. He walked to the window and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. You little brat is having fun. Why did you take so long to answer my call? Zhao's mother said with a little resentment. Mom. Zhou dragged out a long tone like a spoiled child. I just had something to do. It's just a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And, besides, I'm not talking about the phone call. Of course, this is also a thing. I'm talking about you little brat. You went to America to play, and you didn't even remember the day. Zhao's mother said on the other end of the phone with a sarcastic tone. But Zhou was smart enough to put the phone away from his ear. Put the phone to your ear and listen carefully. Zhao's mother suddenly said this, which scared Zhou and made him exclaim, ah, and his thoughts suddenly became a little confused. But he didn't think like an ordinary person. After all, since he had the space, he was different from ordinary people. It was inevitable that he would think more. He was a little bit hay and looked around carefully. He whispered to the phone, Mom, did you get some special ability? Don't show this thing in front of people casually. What nonsense are you talking about, you little bastard? I knew you would put the phone away. I didn't expect that I was right. Okay, tell me, how many times have you done this to me before? Zhao's mother was a little furious when she suddenly knew that Zhou really had this action. Obviously, Zhou and Zhao's mother were no longer in the same world at this time. Hearing Zhao's mother's words, Zhou wanted to slap himself. What has been thinking about his mind recently? All these weird thoughts. Think about how lucky he is to get the space, and what special abilities his family has obtained. It's really speechless. But now I have to find a way to remedy it, and there must be a rapist who complained about this. Otherwise, no one knew about it for so long before, and now they suddenly know it. Zhou was sure that it was definitely due to the sisters. But he didn't know who it was. Mom. It was still a long tone to act cute. Stop, don't call me. I have something to tell you. Your sister is about to give birth. Why haven't you come yet? Have you, as a brother, ignored your sister, or have you forgotten her? Zhao's mother was a little impatient this time. Her son had been away for so long, and he had only called home a few times. But Zhou really forgot about it these days, and was only concerned about the acquisition. But he didn't expect to forget about it. But of course he couldn't admit it, otherwise, the consequences would be terrible. Mom, how is it possible? I have booked the plane ticket, and was ready to go back, to give you a surprise. Well, now the surprise is gone, but I scared you. Zhou said to Zhao's mother with a complaining tone. According to Zhou's many years of experience in the war of resistance, he must suppress Zhao's mother's momentum at this time. Otherwise, if he talks about this topic a few more times, it will definitely be exposed. No one knows a child better than his mother. But as the old saying goes, there is progress when there is struggle. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. So Zhou Jixi has figured out some of his mother's habits. Sure enough, after hearing what Zhou Jixi said, Zhao's mother's tone was no longer that gunpowder smell. Okay. How old are you? Why are you still giving me surprises? Come back to me soon, and that will be your mother's biggest surprise. Okay, done. Zhou Jixi secretly gestured on his side. Well, mom, how is my dad recently? And Zhou Jixi started chatting with Zhao's mother on the phone. Zhao's mother likes to talk about some trivial matters, and Zhou Jixi is also listening patiently at this time, so as to avoid Zhao's mother suddenly checking, and if he can't answer it, it will be fun. After talking for more than half an hour, the nagging phone finally quieted down. Zhou Jixi put away his phone and went to the sofa. He found Andy, who was taking care of the company's affairs with a notebook. He apologized to Andy and was very polite and respectful. People work for you, and they are also working for you, so Zhou Jixi treated his own people very well. Okay, Andy. The company will rely on your efforts in the future, but I will watch you from the side. Haha, come on. Okay boss, I will definitely work hard. Andy replied seriously and formally. Okay, I believe you can do it well, but you should take a closer look at the development department and follow up on their progress. Under the condition of ensuring quality, you should ask them to speed up the work process. I will go back to China recently. If you don't understand anything, you can call me or video chat. Zhou Jixi suddenly felt that he felt a little bit like a nagging. Okay boss. Andy nodded in agreement. After handing over the company's affairs to Andy, Zhou Jixi felt much more relaxed. He could usually go around and go out for a walk and sometimes go to nightclubs for drinks. Now in the company, he has retained the position of creative director. This is because the core idea of this game was thought up by Zhou Jixi himself. At this stage, Zhou Jixi is definitely the creative director. He stayed in San Francisco for another 2 days and bought several things and gifts, especially milk powder and some baby products, all of which were bought here. Anyway, he can use the space when the time comes, so he is not afraid of tariffs and overweight. Sometimes Zhou Jixi thinks that if he goes to do some smuggling, he will definitely be a thumbs up. And it is the kind that will not let the police get evidence. Chapter 71, An encounter on the plane returning to China. San Francisco International Airport. Well, now I have to go to the Chinese embassy to get a visa to go back. Pushing a small cart, Zhou Jixi looked at the familiar yellow faces around him and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he didn't have to go, but for China, as long as he joins another nationality, it means automatically giving up his nationality. According to him, you use the Chinese passport to enter the customs and retain the Chinese nationality. But this is actually equivalent to hiding the fact that you have become a foreigner from the Chinese government. Both sides of the government are actually very clear about this kind of secret behavior, and it's just a question of whether to control it. As long as the Chinese customs conducts strict inspections, there are too many ways. Then your Chinese passport will be confiscated, and to quote a popular term, it is unspoken rules. The only way is to ask friends who have returned to China whether the inspection is strict recently and return to China when it is not strict. Zhou Jixi knew that China does not have dual nationality. As for the unspoken rules, it is hard to guarantee that no one will check it. You can only be low-key and polite when passing through customs and don't meet people who are looking for trouble. That way, there will be basically no problem. Thinking of this, Zhou Jixi was annoyed by China. It's fine if they don't recognize dual citizenship, but can't they secretly recognize it like the United States? The United States only says that you need to bring an American passport when entering and leaving the US border, but it doesn't say that you have to use it to enter and leave, just that you have to carry it with you. Look how humane this is. Pushing the cart and looking around, Zhou Jixi was wearing a pair of sunglasses, but it looked a bit dim in the airport. I don't know what it's for, although it's good to look handsome, but, hey, that person looks so familiar. Pushing the cart into the VIP channel, thinking about it in a boring way. Suddenly, a familiar person appeared in front of him, but when he wanted to see if it was his friend, the person had disappeared. Zhao Jixi shook his head. Maybe he was dazzled just now. But there are really many beauties in this airport. Seeing another flight attendant at a glance, he couldn't help but think of Jane. It seems that we haven't contacted each other for 2 weeks. Since she went to work, we only talked on the phone at the beginning. Zhao Jixi basically calls her every day when he is free and bored. You can imagine how leisurely Zhao Jixi was at that time. Later, she couldn't stand the phone calls. After all, she was an American girl and was not used to Zhao Jixi's way of loving her. So she mentioned it to him, which made Zhao Jixi not depressed. She also said that Zhao Jixi didn't give her some space and he was really immature. Although it was said more tactfully. But with those pale English words, it means the same thing, even if it is tactful. If you say some slang, Zhao Jixi doesn't know what it means. This is also straightforward. Zhao Jixi didn't call at all and sent text messages when he was free. It can be regarded as a pastime when bored. Sir, please show your ticket. A sweet voice interrupted Zhao Jixi's memories. He looked up and unknowingly arrived at the ticket gate. Zhao Jixi smiled gently. Oh, sorry, then take a look at this. He apologized and handed over the thing in his hand. You look pretty good, but it's a pity that you have to go home and don't have time. Zhao Jixi looked at the beautiful stewardess with a look of pity on his face. No, it seems that my going back has nothing to do with whether I pick up girls or not. Looking at this handsome guy whose face seemed to change color, Ailey felt a little funny. But suddenly the handsome guy took off his glasses, and his eyes, that seemed to be shining, looked at her with a little charm, and Ailey was immediately shocked. Miss, can I get my things back? Zhao Jixi saw that the first step of the eye attack had been achieved, so he spoke to the stewardess. Ailey's cheeks flushed, and she didn't know whether it was for Zhao Jixi to see, or because she was embarrassed by her unprofessionalism. It didn't take long for Zhao Jixi to think it was the former. Oh, sorry, this is for you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Ailey quickly returned the ticket to Zhao Jixi, and after a moment of panic, she returned to her professional appearance. Zhao Jixi nodded, smiled at her, and walked in. This time he took a United Airlines plane. Zhao Jixi felt that this plane always brought him good luck. This time he took it and got so much. Although Zhao Jixi was not superstitious, it was a simple thing to take it back. So at that time, even if there was a good flight, Zhao Jixi would only buy United Airlines. Boeing 777 first class cabin. Zhao Jixi only had a small bag when he walked in. This time he also brought a lot of things on the surface, and there were still a lot in the space. If he didn't do some work on the surface, it would be too fake. This time he was already familiar with it. After taking out an Apple MP3 from the bag, he took out some fruits to eat, and then put the luggage directly on the luggage rack. After getting in position and putting on headphones, he began to eat the preserved fruits made by the little elves in the space. This is also what Zhao Jixi thought of recently. The green light of the little elves seemed to be a universal gadget, and Zhao Jixi was interested in that. There are too many fruits in the space, and he can't eat so much by himself. Besides, if you eat too much of this as a meal, you will get tired of it for a while. In addition, I like to eat snacks, so I asked the little fairies to try to make it myself. I checked online and found that preserved fruit is a food made from fresh fruits through peeling, core removal, sugar water boiling, soaking, drying, and packaging. It is bright and transparent, with a dry surface and a slightly sticky texture, and a water content of less than 20%. Above that, this kind of sugar is easily absorbed and utilized by the human body. In addition, it also contains a large amount of fruit acid, minerals and multiple vitamins, which are actually very useful for the human body. And it is also easy to make it yourself. I tried it in the space with time accelerated, and hey, it really worked for him. Now Zhao Jixi's usual snacks are settled, and he takes them out to eat whenever he is free. I didn't expect that they are consumed so quickly, but thinking about my appetite, if I keep eating, I don't know how much I will eat. The plane took off slowly, and this time Zhao Jixi suddenly lost the idea of picking up girls when he took off. It was a very strange feeling, a feeling of going home, a feeling that Zhou Jixi couldn't describe. It might be a feeling of returning home in glory, but it was more complicated than that. My family hadn't figured out how to tell them yet, and now thinking about it made my head hurt. Thinking about all those aunts and uncles, Zhou Jixi's head was swollen. Forget it, I didn't want to think about it anymore, so I shook my head. So I ate the preserved fruits I brought with me, trying to distract myself. Then I turned around to look at the plane to see if there was anything going on, so that I could relieve my boredom. This time Zhou Jixi didn't sit by the window, but in the middle, so the person next to him was very close, and he could see a figure when he turned his head. Hey, isn't this the person I felt very familiar with when I was at the airport just now? Zhou Jixi's mind flashed with thoughts. He struggled for a while, wondering whether he should say hello to her. Maybe she really is someone he knows. But it would be a bit abrupt to talk to her so rashly. Would she think he was trying to pick her up? Although she was wearing a pair of big sunglasses, her delicate little nose, pointed chin and charming collarbone all showed the attractiveness of this woman. Zhou Jixi was a little moved. The flame of picking up girls that had just been extinguished was rekindled. He took off the headset first, and then used the TV screen in front of him to look at himself to see if there was anything wrong with his image. Because he was afraid of being discovered by her, he did all this very secretly. After being careful for a long time, Zhou Jixi felt a little sweaty. But Zhou Jixi obviously didn't expect that he would watch a stranger take care of himself for no reason. And when he was waiting for him to finish, the woman next to him suddenly stood up, turned and walked to the back. Obviously she was going to the bathroom. Zhou Jixi felt confused. It seems that there is no one in the bathroom, and it doesn't matter how you want to take care of yourself in there. Oh my god. Zhou Jixi was suddenly shocked by his IQ. Tell me, Jay Chou, tell me yourself, you have done this so many times, don't you feel ashamed? I don't think so. You still don't think, are you a pig? Well, if you think it's fun to scold yourself, then scold yourself, with more personal attacks. Obviously, Jay Chou is not the kind of person who seeks abuse. The nonsensical conversation in his mind also stopped when the woman came back. Looking at the woman who came over, Jay Chou felt that this person was very familiar. So he mustered up his courage several times and tried to say hello to her. But after making up his mind several times, just when he was about to leave, Jay Chou suddenly heard a small sob. Jay Chou reacted immediately. It came from the woman next to him. With his keen five senses, although the woman tried her best to suppress her voice, Jay Chou still heard it in his ears. What on earth made this beautiful person cry? This question was echoing in Jay Chou's mind at this time. Obviously, it would not be a good idea to say hello at this time, so Zhou Jixi held back for the time being. Zhou, can you guess who this woman is? Here's a hint, she's a Chinese actress who lives in the United States. Chapter 72, International Movie Star. Oh my god. But listening to her increasingly suppressed voice, he suddenly felt a little distressed. If a beautiful woman cries in front of a man, the man will be indifferent. Of course, this is a human pursuit of beauty, and the cherishment or rarity of beauty. Time is like sand on the fingertips, slipping away unconsciously. In the first class cabin of the Boeing 777, he was sitting on a flight home. And since the sudden cry of the woman next to him, the little thoughts in his heart felt that he was about to die in the womb. The woman cried very suppressedly, but Zhou Jixi could feel the sadness and sorrow under this suppression. After staring blankly for a long time, he couldn't help but hand over a tissue. This was a natural reaction in Zhou Jixi's mind. Because he had been paying attention to this woman, he quickly realized that her tissue had been wiped. As if instinctively, after the woman took it unconsciously, the confused two people reacted. What's going on? Both of them were stunned by this accident. After all, the woman was more mature. Although she was wearing sunglasses, she could still see Zhou Jixi's facial expression. She soon discovered Zhou Jixi's embarrassing look. The slightly opened mouth and the tightened facial muscles all revealed the man's astonishment. For no reason, it was like a ray of sunshine, shining into his rainy heart. It brought a little warmth, and a smile appeared on his face with tears in his eyes. Zhou Jixi, who was in a daze about his sudden behavior, suddenly saw the woman next to him half crying and half laughing. "This is crazy, miserable. But my buddy just handed me a tissue. I won't be held responsible in the future. Am I responsible? Or am I responsible? Or am I responsible?" he thought in a panic. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Because he knew that this person was yellow-skinned and black-haired, Zhao Jixi deliberately changed the address when he greeted her and didn't call her miss. Otherwise, the woman might get angry all of a sudden. So sometimes don't underestimate women. Even in public, they will tear it apart if they say they will. Seeing Zhao Jixi's cautious look, the woman's mood improved a little. She said to him with a voice that sounded a little tearful, "Thank you, I'm fine." Under normal circumstances, if this woman didn't say anything afterward, it meant that she didn't want to care about you. She wasn't in the mood to care about you. Just when Zhao Jixi was a little disappointed and wanted to say a polite word to see if there was still a chance, the woman spoke. "I'm sorry, my voice disturbed you. I'm really sorry." The woman was very educated and well-mannered. She said it with a little accent of the capital, but it sounded very gentle to Zhao Jixi's ears. Suppressing the joy in her heart, she said, "No, no, no, I disturbed you." The consequence of the incoordination between her brain and mouth was that Zhao Jixi's answer was a little flustered. What's more, he had been watching people cry, so it was a little inappropriate to say it. "No, I disturbed you. What should be what is. This is a reason. You don't need to apologize." The woman was a little strong, but she didn't show it on purpose. She just unconsciously carried a little bit of the precipitation of age and society. Zhao Jixi couldn't help laughing when he saw the woman who was still stained but acted strong. After laughing a few times, he realized something was wrong. "I'm sorry, I'm rude, but I can't help it. Sorry, sorry." The woman was still wondering why the man suddenly laughed so happily. Zhao Jixi handed her another tissue, a wet one. "Your face is a little stained. Wipe it." The woman exclaimed softly, quickly took the tissue, and took out the mirror. She took off the sunglasses on her face, and wiped them in front of the mirror. For women, especially in public places, sometimes face is more important than anything else. So she quickly put on the makeup that was already stained by tears. After the woman next to him took off her sunglasses, Zhao Jixi suddenly seemed to be under a spell. His brain was a little short-circuited for a short time. His fingers suddenly trembled and pointed at the woman. "You are not that person. You are not that person. It's that person." Zhao Jixi couldn't figure out who she was after a long time. He knew who she was in his mind, but he couldn't say it. She couldn't help but pat her head. "Oh, my god, my head. Please give me some strength. Let me think about it. Think about it." She burst out a common phrase and began to pat her head to think about it. Looking at the excited man in front of her, the woman looked a little funny and temporarily forgot the sadness in her heart. She said to Zhao Jixi in a slightly naughty tone, "Haven't you guessed it yet? You've been asking for so long." I. Zhao Jixi couldn't say the rest of the words for a while, but this time it was intentional. Zhao Jixi had already remembered who the woman in front of him was just now, and now he just wanted to add some laughter to her. "You are the one who played that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon." Zhang Ziyi, the woman, took over Zhao Jixi's words, but she said it herself. After hearing this, Zhao Jixi calmed down instead. "Well, that's right. That's what I want to say." Zhao Jixi's calmness made Zhang Ziyi stunned for a moment, and his mind suddenly couldn't turn around. After thinking for a while, she finally realized, "Okay, you kid actually dared to play tricks on me." Her expression was slightly angry, but it made her look even more cute and beautiful. Zhao Jixi smiled foolishly and shamelessly used his trick of being familiar with others. "I'm sorry to show off, but how could I not know that you are so famous, Sister Ziyi? I'm your fan, and I'm watching you." Zhang Ziyi didn't dislike this address, but when she heard that he wanted to continue talking about the words that the woman disliked the most, she immediately called out to stop and joked with him. "Stop, stop, stop. There's no need to talk about this. But you have learned to deceive women at such a young age. Your acting skills are not bad." Zhang Ziyi said in a pretended angry tone. This sentence instantly made Zhao Jixi speechless, but thinking that this sentence was really insulting to male dignity, he still had to reply. I was born in the 1980s, I just look a little younger. When saying this, Zhou Jixi set a small trap like a swindler. The two chatted like good friends at this time. Zhang Ziyi felt that Zhou Jixi had a kind of attraction, a temperament that made people feel at ease. It could make people forget those unhappy things unconsciously, so she chatted with him very enthusiastically. Unconsciously, the two chatted for several hours, and it was time for dinner. The beautiful stewardess shuffled in and greeted the guests sitting in the first class cabin. In fact, the dinner of United Airlines is not bad. As for the wine, they hired the world-renowned Doug Frost. As a first-class wine tasting master, he was nominated for the James Beard Award for food, and also holds the title of sommelier and master of wine. There are only 3 people in the world who have won these 2 honors at the same time, and he is one of them. Let people who know wine taste the real delicious food on the flight. This is Mr. Frost's original intention for the food pairing on United Airlines flights. What's more luxurious is that even the dessert time after the meal is supplied with port wine produced by Sandman. So the service of United Airlines is good, but of course only the business class and first class have these services. Designing menus for first class and business class guests every season. This chef who takes the original flavor of ingredients as the highest criterion of gourmet food likes to buy ingredients directly from farms or farmlands, and then process them into food for guests to enjoy when the ingredients are freshest. After thinking about Zhang Ziyi's narration and introduction, Zhou Jixi felt that there were so many ways to eat food on this plane. I have a new understanding of luxurious life, and I can't help but sigh in my heart. Sure enough, the more I come into contact with it, the more I realize my ignorance. I feel a little hungry, and I just want to order some food by the way. Sister Ziyi, do you want to eat? I don't have much appetite, you can eat by yourself. The smoked salmon here is good, you can try it. Zhang Ziyi said to him with a smile. Not long after, the smoked salmon was delivered to the kitchen on the plane. Zhou Jixi tried to eat a few bites, although it was a little different from the ingredients in the space. But this fish also has its unique taste. Sure enough, the taste of the fish is really not exaggerated. With the lemon juice on it, the taste in the mouth is really a perfect match. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the flight attendant and Zhang Ziyi, Zhou Jixi insisted on eating 5 servings. Then he leaned back in the seat and touched his stomach to digest the food. With a lazy tone, he said to Zhang Ziyi, Sister Ziyi, what you introduced is really good and tastes very good. So you ate so much? Zhang Ziyi wanted to ask a long time ago. This guy's too good to eat, and this is on the plane where the appetite is not strong. And just now he was still eating fruits and snacks, and his mouth never stopped. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but blush when he heard her question. Although he didn't mind the side effects, he would still feel embarrassed in front of others. Seeing Zhou Jixi was a little embarrassed, Zhang Ziyi immediately realized that she was a little abrupt when asking this question. Sorry, I was abrupt. No, Sister Ziyi, why are you so polite all of a sudden? Besides, I'm used to it. Besides, being able to eat is a blessing, isn't it? Zhou Jixi said shyly. In his heart, he was constantly despising himself for pretending to be innocent, but he was willing to give it all up for the beauty. Chapter 73, one step further. Well, it's my sister's fault, okay. But being able to eat is a blessing. I also think so. Don't worry, eat, I'm rooting for you. Zhang Ziyi said generously, and patted Zhou Jixi on the shoulder. Do you want to eat more? I'll order some for you. Don't be embarrassed. If you want to eat more, I won't laugh at you. Zhang Ziyi suddenly thought of something, and then suddenly realized something, and said to Zhou Jixi with concern. After hearing her words, Zhou Jixi looked at her with astonishment. Sister, you don't really think I'm a pig? Zhou Jixi was a little speechless about this suddenly kind sister. This is caring about you, but it makes you feel weird. But for him who was still a asterisk in his previous life, he suddenly met an international star and treated him so unpretentiously. It must be a lie to say that he didn't have any feelings. Although with his current wealth, he can definitely win the respect of these people. But now he hasn't told Zhang Ziyi. Zhang Ziyi had a puzzled but playful expression on her face, and she said playfully, haha, what else do you think? At this time, she seemed to have recovered a lot, and she spoke in a cheerful tone. Pretending to ignore her, Zhao Jixi picked up the preserved fruit and started eating again. Zhang Ziyi was even more proud at this moment and looked at Zhao Jixi with a look of "I'm the answer. Look, I told you that you were not full, but you didn't listen. Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel like a sister to you." Zhao Jixi secretly complained when he heard this. "Of course you feel like a sister. I just used the methods I used to deal with my sisters and integrated them all and contributed them to you. I also treated you as my brother, but you were still polite to me. You can't help eating again now. I tell you, if you keep doing this, it will be so difficult for you to live in the future. How can you be like this?" When he said this, he seemed a little excited. Today he said this, and tomorrow he said that. How can this person be like this? As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears again. Zhao Jixi listened there and felt more and more uncomfortable. Am I that bad? But he could hear it after a while. This time, she was obviously off topic when she said the latter part. He turned around and realized that this girl was crying again. This time, the principle that women change their faces quickly was confirmed again. Well, I quickly brought the tissues over. Fortunately, they were all in the middle seats. The distance between the two was not far, and they could basically reach each other by waving their hands. Zhang Ziyi took the tissue and wiped her tears. She took another deep breath and used her little hands to fan her eyes up and down to create a breeze. In that instant, Zhao Jixi felt the reality of this woman. She was no longer the rebellious, innocent, simple and mature person she was in the movie. Suddenly, both of them became quiet. Zhao Jixi didn't know how to start for a while. After all, this was such a private matter. He really didn't know whether he should ask. And the two of them were not at the point where they could talk about such private topics. They just talked about interesting things in the United States and interesting things that happened in China. They rarely talked about things around them. After all, the real contact was very short, and one of them was a big star, and the other was an invisible rich man. Suddenly, a gurgling sound interrupted the awkward dullness. Zhang Ziyi's face was red all the way to her collarbone. Her lips were shaking slightly, and her eyes occasionally glanced at Zhao Jixi. For a moment, the little woman's charm made Zhao Jixi stunned for a moment. "Well, this is for you to eat. It tastes good and is very filling." Zhao Jixi picked up the preserved fruit he brought with him and handed it to Zhang Ziyi. Zhang Ziyi, who wanted to say she didn't want to eat it, was suddenly attracted by the preserved fruit Zhao Jixi handed over. The light fruity fragrance seemed like an alluring poison. Because of the taste in her nose, Zhang Ziyi suppressed the words that were about to come out of her throat. However, this action, coupled with the consequences of her crying just now, made her cough all of a sudden. Cough cough. Seeing her coughing, Zhao Jixi quickly stood up, put his hand on her back, and gently patted her. "Sister Ziyi, you should be more careful. You are so old, but still make people worry." Although there was a tone of complaint in her mouth, she could smell the care that came out of it. For a sad woman, what she needs most is undoubtedly care and warmth. Although she was wary of the man she just met, his sunshine affected Zhang Ziyi. Because of this, she did not resist him patting her back. After Zhao Jixi patted her for a while and felt that she was better, he stopped and looked at her face. She still looked a little pale, her eyes were also swollen, and there was some bloodshot in her eye sockets. Seeing her like this, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but feel a little sympathy and pity in his heart. Beautiful women always have an advantage in this aspect. Zhao Jixi did not deny that he thought Zhang Ziyi was good looking, so he treated her so well. But there is nothing wrong with loving beauty. If a dinosaur cries in front of you, you will only feel annoyed. After becoming rich, Zhao Jixi always wanted to follow his heart and hope to be able to understand everything. It sounds like a word of listening to asterisk asterisk, but in fact it means that you just want to live a happy life. It's very simple, but it's difficult to achieve. After all, in a group society, everyone is a different individual. Individuals will have all kinds of friction and differences. Following the guidance of his heart, Zhao Jixi picked up the preserved fruit and handed it to Zhang Ziyi. "Look at you. If you don't eat some, you will probably lose weight too much." Zhao Jixi began to nag. holding the food handed over by the man in front of him. Zhang Ziyi's eyes couldn't help but be a little different, but he quickly recovered. However, Zhao Jixi, who was still nagging, didn't notice this, otherwise he would definitely give himself a boost in secret. Put the preserved fruit in the palm of his hand into his mouth. The sweet fruit fragrance came out naturally, and he took 2 bites and chewed it. Zhang Ziyi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhao Jixi excitedly, but he didn't want to say anything, but just patted Zhao Jixi excitedly. I know, it's delicious, isn't it? Zhao Jixi looked at her excitement, but pretended to be calm on his face. But the slightly narrowed eyes revealed his pride. As a movie queen, how could she not see the little pride that Zhao Jixi showed? It's not delicious at all. I was just excited just now, how can it be so unpalatable? She said the sarcasm in a naughty way, but she took out a can from Zhao Jixi's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. But for your kindness, I will help you share more. Well, this apple flavor is the most unpalatable, you can take more, and this pear flavor is also average, and the peach is also. Zhang Ziyi was still biting something in her mouth, but she saw Zhao Jixi talking to herself. Zhao Jixi couldn't help but have rows of black lines on her face. Sister Ziyi, please, you are a big star, how can you be like this? Don't worry, sister is doing this for your own good. Jixi, this kind of sweets are eaten by women. You are a grown man, and you still eat this. Be careful not to have a girlfriend in the future. Zhang Ziyi looked at Zhao Jixi kindly. I'm so angry. I won't give it to you. I'll eat it myself. Give it to me. Zhao Jixi said angrily. Jess, I didn't expect you to be so cute when you're angry. Sister likes it so much. Seeing Zhao Jixi's angry look, a strong man showed a childlike expression. Zhang Ziyi was really happy with this face. Don't change the subject. Give it back to me. Zhao Jixi looked at her with a righteous face and said unmoved. Jess, sister knows I'm wrong. This thing you took is really delicious. Zhang Ziyi began to say softly, blinking at Zhao Jixi with a pair of big eyes. It's too late. I didn't say it earlier. I'm really hurt by you with each piece. She looked sad and disappointed. Jess, you should go to acting school. Your acting skills are really bad. Your eyes and expressions are not symmetrical at all. He picked up the preserved fruit in his hand, ate a few more pieces, and then mercilessly exposed Zhao Jixi's disguise. That's not all. What's more cruel is that he put on an expression that has nothing to do with the words. A slap in the face, satirizing Zhao Jixi's amateur performance. Zhao Jixi felt so angry that he could smoke. HMPH. No, you still want to change the subject. It's useless. I'm heartbroken, okay? How can you treat a heartbroken comrade like this? Are you still a man? Broken? It's too late to be heartbroken. I'm angry. Zhao Jixi said it casually before he realized what heartbroken meant. But after a moment of silence, his mind immediately became clear. Heartbroken. Sister Ziyi, you are heartbroken. You are actually heartbroken. Really heartbroken? Zhao Jixi, who had reacted, didn't want to make the topic heavy, so he still said it in a joking tone. Zhang Ziyi didn't expect that she would suddenly tell him about her heartbreak, and she couldn't help but say it while joking. But seeing Zhao Jixi still laughing, she didn't worry that he would go around revealing the news. After saying this, Zhang Ziyi was a little relieved, and the depression in her heart was also relieved a lot. She was much more calm about this matter. I still cooked. It's just that I'm heartbroken. Well, you should eat more. I heard that women who have been heartbroken can turn their grief and anger into food intake. And the strange thing is that no matter how much they eat at this time, they won't gain weight. Zhao Jixi said mysteriously. Chapter 74. Communication Arrival Sneak Shot. Go, stop being so nagging, and turn your anger into food. I'm lucky I can eat it. Zhang Ziyi smiled, and hit Zhao Jixi. Hurry up, take some more, I finished it. Zhang Ziyi said calmly. Zhao Jixi looked reluctant, like a little submissive. Stop it, we're on a plane. If you're doing this, people will think the plane is going to crash. Hurry up and stop dawdling. I just noticed that you hid a lot. Zhao Jixi looked ridiculous. I clearly put it there, so it became hidden in your mouth. Although he complained, His hands did not stop, and he took out another can from his place. The can was made very delicately, and it was specially customized by Zhou for his preserved fruit. Anyway, it didn't cost much, so Zhou customized a lot, and there was still storage in the space. As someone who likes to show off a little, this is really not a big deal. Zhang Ziyi took the second portion of preserved fruit handed over by Zhou, but she felt something was wrong while eating the juice, because a pair of hopeful eyes were staring at her, and when she turned around, she saw that it was Zhou who had been staring at her. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Zhang Ziyi wiped the corner of her mouth with her fingers in a panic, and then asked Zhou. Zhou pouted and shook his head to indicate that there was nothing. "Then why are you staring at me? I can't eat like this." Zhang Ziyi frowned and said to him helplessly. Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked disappointed. "Oh, nothing, you continue eating. I'll take a break." After that, he turned around, put on his sunglasses, and leaned back in his seat, looking like he didn't want to pay attention to her. "Hey. Zhang Ziyi pointed at him, and then pointed at himself with a ridiculous expression. Then he growled in a low voice, "Zhou, turn around. I just ate some of your preserved fruit. Why are you so stingy?" "Humph, I won't eat it anymore. I'll give it back to you. I think I've seen through you." He looked at Zhou with an angry look on his face, but he stuffed a few more pieces into his mouth. Zhou happened to see Zhang Ziyi still eating, so he knew she wasn't really angry, but she should have seen that it wasn't because of the preserved fruit. So she was just using this to talk. Zhou of course went down the stairs. "It's not because of this matter. Didn't you find anything other than preserved fruit?" Zhang Ziyi thought about it, but kept eating. Then he looked at him innocently and shook his head. Zhou held his head with his hands, looking defeated. "Forget it. Did you find that jar, the one in your hand?" "Yeah, I saw it. So, is there anything special?" "Oh." Still looked disappointed. "Hey, are you a man? You are so hesitant when you speak. Hurry up and say what you want to say." Zhang Ziyi was a little impatient and said domineeringly, "Don't you find that canned food is very beautiful?" Zhou decisively chose to surrender habitually to this domineering skill that was the same as that of the sisters. That look was really too begging for mercy. Sometimes Zhou also despised himself for being a soft bone, but it was a habit that had been formed for so long that it was really not so easy to change. So when you think about Jiabaoyu in your spare time, that classmate is also excusable. Seeing Zhou's sudden surrender, Zhang Ziyi suddenly had a special feeling in his heart, especially his grievance and his cute expression. Zhang Ziyi felt that the person in front of him seemed like a younger brother that he had known for a long time, and he felt very warm and close. However, when he heard Zhou's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just for this little thing, you are mad at me for it? I'm not as good as it." Zhang Ziyi's face was depressed and absurd, and he was simply in a mess. "That's what you said. I didn't say it," Zhou said in a half-dead voice. "Oh, you little bastard." Zhang Ziyi wanted to hit him with something, but when he was about to hit him, he remembered that he was holding preserved fruit, so he rationally took it back, turned around and started looking for something else. "I'll smash you to death, you little bastard. Just belittle me." The movements of his hands were endless, hitting the things in his hands. "I told you to belittle me. Go to hell. Go to hell." Zhou took advantage of his five senses to dodge left and right, avoiding bombs one by one. But he still underestimated the angry woman and accidentally hit the target. "Sister Ziyi, good sister, I was wrong. Is it okay? Don't, a gentleman should use words instead of hands. You still call me a villain in a roundabout way. I will smash you to death, you bastard." Sometimes you have to take a step beyond a woman's understanding ability, otherwise Zhou will be the consequence. The two people's fight ended only after the stewardess received complaints from other first-class customers, and she came over and talked to the two of them seriously. Then Wei Jinsheng sat up like a primary school student. After sitting down, the two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Zhang Ziyi stuck out her tongue at Zhou like a little girl, and Zhou also made faces at her like a child, and then the two smiled at each other. After more than 10 hours of flight, the plane finally landed at the capital international airport. Zhou Jixi was pushing a small cart. It was really difficult to carry 3 large bags, so it was more convenient to push a small cart. And the small cart was loaded with 3 large suitcases, all of which were Louis Vuitton suitcases. In his previous life, Zhou Jixi had never used a suitcase like this. It was too expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan. He didn't know how many times he could use it in a year. He was originally a stay-at-home guy, staying at home every day. How could he use this? New models of the season. I'm going to buy this to give to my sisters. Zhou Jixi didn't declare these things. When he came in, they were full of miscellaneous things. After he came in, Zhou Jixi changed them into luxury goods. It's not that he couldn't bear to part with the taxes, but it was because Zhou Jixi forgot to declare them to the customs when he came in. It's really troublesome to do these now. In order to avoid the trouble and save money, Zhou Jixi simply changed it, and the problem was solved. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to have more contact with Zhang Ziyi. On the plane, the two of them had already left each other contact information, including mobile phones, penguins, and Facebook accounts, etc., which were very comprehensive. Sometimes Zhou Jixi thought that, if he had this in his previous life, he would not need to be a stay-at-home guy, if he had the ability to get contact information. Both of them were wearing sunglasses, and walking together at the VIP exit. Zhou Jixi was carrying a small bag, and pushing a small cart. Zhang Ziyi was quite neat, carrying only a small handbag. Zhou Jixi looked miserable when he saw her like this. Zhang Ziyi, do you want to share some of the burden? Go to hell, just carry it yourself. How dare you ask me, a woman, to carry it for you? Well, I think I should be embarrassed. Zhou Jixi thought for a while, and said to Zhang Ziyi seriously. Subconsciously, he kicked her. Oh, you little bastard, go to hell. Zhang Ziyi was furious when she heard it, and then she slapped Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi didn't dare to fight back, he could only defend himself passively. Don't worry, Sister Ziyi, I was wrong, I admit it. You little brat only remembers eating, and not being beaten. After saying that, he pinched Zhou Jixi's ear. You know you're wrong, what have you been doing before? You just deserve to be punished, you. The two of them were so busy playing that they didn't pay attention, and they had already left the VIP channel. Zhang Ziyi had paid attention just now with her many years of experience, but she forgot about it because Zhou Jixi flirted with her just now. Lin Nan is a veteran reporter for many years. Today, he received a tip that Fan Bingbing seemed to appear at this airport, so he rushed over impatiently, wanting to see if he had the luck today. But after arriving at the airport, he saw his colleagues leaving one by one. After asking a familiar colleague, he found out that her flight had been changed due to weather reasons. So one by one, they all left. Only Lin Nan thought that he would have to work anyway, so he might as well take this opportunity to rest, and he had all the excuses. So he just found a cafe at the airport and surfed the internet alone. After working in the cafe for a long time, he habitually picked up the camera to look at the lens, wanting to see if there would be any unexpected gains. After all, many famous reporters accidentally took photos of celebrities. So after he knew it, he also developed this good habit. It can only be said that God favors those who are prepared. As soon as he picked up the camera, he took a photo of a man and a woman. Suddenly, he subconsciously felt that the woman in the camera with sunglasses and a hat seemed very familiar. Entertainment reporters are of course familiar with celebrities, especially male reporters, who are usually familiar with the physical characteristics of female celebrities. Because of this, he pressed the shutter without hesitation, focusing on the long-range view and taking close-ups. In the camera, Zhang Ziyi patted Zhou Jixi's arm and kicked Zhou Jixi like a spoiled child. Zhang Ziyi pinched Zhou Jixi's ear, and Zhou Jixi pinched Zhang Ziyi's hand, expressing surrender and begging for mercy. Zhang Ziyi threw the bag to Zhou Jixi, and Zhou Jixi put the bag in his car. Zhang Ziyi was full of smiles, and Zhou Jixi was doting. The camera seemed to show a couple in love. Lin Nan was already sure who the woman was, and he kept saying, it's great, I'm sure I'll get the bonus this time, and I'll go to Singapore, Malaysia and Thailand later. I'll take pictures. I'll take pictures. I'll take pictures. Chapter 75 in the capital. Time went back to the two of them. After hearing Zhao Jixi ask her to help share the burden, Zhang Ziyi angrily threw her bag to him. Seeing her pretending to be fierce, Zhao Jixi took it without hesitation and put it in the cart. Zhang Ziyi refused to obey. I told you to take it yourself, don't put it in. Why? Isn't there a cart to push? No reason. I'm angry. Who told you to tease me? Take it yourself. A pair of fiery eyes glared at Zhao Jixi. After seeing Zhang Ziyi's eyes, Zhao Jixi decisively suppressed the words in his mouth. Haha, I couldn't ask for more. It's such an honor to help Sister Ziyi take things. I couldn't ask for more. I couldn't ask for more. The man's face fell off again because of Zhao Jixi. If he was fighting the Japanese, he would definitely be a Chinese bastard. After getting it, it's still up to me. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Only those who endure hardships can become superior people. Zhao Jixi unconsciously hypnotized himself. Zhao Jixi could only think like this as an excuse to cover up his unresistance to the older woman who he liked. Thinking of this, Zhao Jixi thought of the tigers at home. Sisters really can't be too many, otherwise I'll be a little bitch. Sometimes Zhao Jixi would cry in his heart at night, and he would also think about it when he was having sex. But if you ask Zhao Jixi if he would want so many sisters, if he could have sex again, Zhao Jixi would definitely say, yes, why not? Not only do you have to give them to me, but you also have to give them all. Zhao Jixi loves his sisters very much. When he was a child, he ate all the delicious food by himself, and his sisters would give him all the delicious food. But sometimes he would bully himself from time to time. For Zhao Jixi, when he was a child, compared with being able to eat, Zhao Jixi was also very happy to be bullied. So some things have been engraved in his bones since childhood. In the previous life, Zhao Jixi rarely interacted with his sisters. There are many reasons for this, such as inferiority or maturity. In short, it feels not as close as before. But the sister's concern for him is still the same as when they were children, without deviation or change. After leaving the airport with Zhang Ziyi, she seemed to be low-key at this time. She also took out a mask from her bag and put it on her mouth, and even lowered the hat on her head a little bit. But here I have to say that international superstars are different. Walking on the road is just like a real ordinary person. This acting and psychology. Zhao Jixi had to praise his admiration. When Zhao Jixi saw her like this, he couldn't help but say, don't show off now, little guy, follow me. It's a pity that this girl just wants to take advantage of her mouth, and Zhang Ziyi is not a fuel saving lamp. She followed him as he said, and walked to his side. However, she stretched out her hand, and twisted Zhao Jixi's hand. He screamed and wanted to fight back just now, but Zhao Jixi could see her cold eyes through his glasses. There was nothing Zhao Jixi could do but accept it. He was the one who teased him when he was sleeping. You are so cheap. The weather in the capital is not too hot at this time of year. It is similar to the climate in California, but the temperature difference between morning and evening and the air are different from California. He breathed in the breath of the motherland. Although it was not very clear, and there were a lot of exhaust emissions from cars near the airport, it still felt good to Zhao Jixi. This is also a special thing, isn't it? In addition, he doesn't need to breathe every day in the future, so his mentality is suddenly different. In a few seconds, he forgot what happened just now. Sister Ziyi, are we taking a taxi or something? Zhao Jixi saw the traffic on the road and turned to Zhang Ziyi and said, I just called my assistant. She's on the way. She'll probably be here soon. Zhang Ziyi frowned and said to Zhao Jixi, but her expression was a little anxious. Because now there are people around them who point and say to their friends next to them that this woman looks like so and so. According to her experience, it won't take long for them to find out. Zhang Ziyi was anxious and secretly blamed her assistant for coming so slowly. What was going on? If she had known, she wouldn't have come out so quickly and stayed in the airport for a while. Zhao Jixi looked around and found something wrong. She pretended to be very natural and said to Zhang Ziyi, Sister Ziyi, let's stay inside for a while. I feel something is wrong. When Zhang Ziyi was about to agree, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her assistant's car had already driven over. Zhang Ziyi waved at her quickly, but the silly girl didn't seem to notice. Still searching slowly, she didn't even know how to make a phone call, so Zhang Ziyi had to call her himself. It took a while for them to finally drive over, and Zhao Jixi was already sweating from fear. Looking at the sneaky people around, he was afraid that someone would suddenly find out that she was Zhang Ziyi. By then, she might not be able to leave, even if she wanted to, and it wouldn't be until tomorrow. It would probably be on the internet media tonight, and then everyone would know it. While Zhao Jixi was still in a daze, Zhang Ziyi quickly pulled him, and she looked even more anxious than Zhao Jixi. It was too late to even complain about the assistant being late, and she quickly asked the assistant to open the trunk. Zhao Jixi's movements also became faster, and Zhang Ziyi's assistant also got out of the car, and at Zhang Ziyi's request, quickly opened the trunk. Zhao Jixi didn't say a word, and put all the bags in by hand. Fortunately, it was a large nanny car, and Zhao Jixi's things could be barely loaded. Then the two of them got into the car quickly, and the assistant started the car quickly, and the car drove away immediately. A crowd of people were left behind, all wondering whether this person was really the right one. One of the young couples said, "Honey, that person just now looked a bit like Fan Bingbing." "No, I think she looks a bit like Zhang Ziyi," the man said uncertainly. The wife shook her head. "I can't tell. Anyway, she is fully armed like this. I feel she must be a star," she said to the man with certainty. "Maybe she is sick, like those who have plastic surgery in Korea. They are also like this. I guess the plastic surgery failed," the man said seriously, and then said to his wife with a sweet face, "My wife is still naturally beautiful. She doesn't even need plastic surgery to be so beautiful." "Ah, husband, you are so bad. Come and kiss me." The wife patted the man with a shy face, and then moved her mouth closer. The man was a little uneasy, but he still looked around cautiously. Sure enough, a group of seducers were secretly looking at this side. "Wife, let's go home and kiss. Go home and kiss." "Why? I don't want it." Be good, be good." The woman wanted to say something, but was dragged away by the man. The people who were peeking on the road gathered together. How brave this man must be. He can treat such a dinosaur as a fairy. Yeah, I almost vomited when I saw her 2 sausages. Me too, everyone said. "I just don't know how they kissed like this," a young man asked. "It's not that simple. Go home and turn off the lights," the talented man who was like a truth emperor said. Oh. At that time, the sausage mouth was a little useful. An old researcher with glasses seemed to have the lenses lit up, but he said a little obscenely, The group of jerk-off men laughed, as if they had a tacit understanding. There was also a man with a camera, who looked at them lightly, with a slight smile on his face. Then he raised his head and chest, and walked away with a high-spirited look. Suddenly, who put the watermelon rind? My butt, ouch, it hurts so much. But after a few seconds, he screamed even louder, camera. Not to mention the group of perverts at the airport. Zhao Jixi and Zhang Ziyi got on the car in a hurry, looked at each other, and laughed together tacitly. Zhang Ziyi also patted his chest and kept saying, "I was scared to death, scared to death. I thought I would be discovered." After saying a few words, Zhang Ziyi complained to the assistant in front. Because this assistant sister has been working with her for several years, she didn't blame her too much, and she was also in a hurry to ask someone to pick her up. After Zhang Ziyi finished complaining, Assistant Linli spoke up to explain the reason, saying that there was a car accident on the road, so it was blocked for a while, so she was late. Plus, she was a little dazed after seeing the dead just now, so she didn't see them. After knowing that it was her misunderstanding, Zhang Ziyi's face was full of guilt. She quickly apologized to her, not at all stubborn. She was wrong. She was very straightforward. Zhao Jixi looked at her and nodded continuously, which was considered to have a new understanding of this woman. In the car, Jess, you are hanging out with your sister today. What do you want to eat? I ate so much of your food. This time I will treat you. I'm not short of money. Zhang Ziyi is in a particularly good mood now, and the words she said are also full of joy. She even learned Zhao Jixi's recent catchphrase. Whatever, but you are the master here, you can't cheat me. I have been to the capital once or twice since I was a child. The most recent time was when I went to the United States. I stayed for a while and left. I really don't know what delicious food there is here. Okay, I'll make the decision. Now I'll take you to the hotel first. Which one do you want to go to? Zhang Ziyi looked very comfortable hugging me, very much like a person from the capital. I have booked the Four Seasons Hotel. Let's go there first, and put a luggage down there. Yes, sisterly, let's go to the Four Seasons. Zhang Ziyi said. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.